Austin police are charging a man with capital murder in the brutal death of a popular music teacher. Authorities in Galveston arresting Shawn Gant Benalcazar. APD says he's the man responsible for killing Kathy Blair inside a northwest Austin home last month. Now, they've arrested another fellow, too. Timothy Parlin is in the Travis County jail, charged with violating parole. Investigators say he drove Benalcazar to Blair's home. KXAN's Rob Scott joining us live from APD headquarters to explain all that police had to look through to get their man. Rob?
Dave, earlier today, Austin police filled us in on a complex investigation involving a thermal image, a blood sample, and a shoe print, which ultimately led to the arrest of a Galveston man. Kathy Blair's neighbors say they're glad a suspect is in custody. The crime scene on Tamarack Trail is still fresh on neighbors' minds.
It was a day very much like this, that like all of a sudden, like ambulances and all that, and police cars, and they had the whole area blocked off.
Kathy Blair's son found his mother dead with stab wounds to her neck and body. Police began investigating, including talking to their neighbor, Shawn Price.
They were looking for certain types of cars and things like that, and had we seen anybody strange around and things, but we had no idea what was going on.
Looking for a specific car because of a break in the case. A man had a thermal camera set up 2 blocks away, spotting something he says was a 1 in a million chance.
Showed a male getting out of the vehicle and then walking up the sidewalk and going towards the address on Tamarack.
Blair's landlord remembered she wasn't satisfied with landscaping work done back in the spring. That landscaper was Timothy Parlin. Police matched the thermal image of the car to one Parlin's sister let him use last month. A blood stain found in the car matched Blair's at the scene. Parlin led police to Shawn Gant Benalcazar, found Friday in Galveston, and after an interview was arrested. Neighbors say they're relieved plenty of work was done while there was silence on the case.
At first we were thinking, well, they must have, a pretty good idea what's going on, and then weeks went by and there was no word or anything like that.
Police say large amounts of jewelry are missing from the home. Investigators believe Gant Benalcazar was initially there for a burglary, but ultimately ended up murdering Blair. Anyone who bought jewelry from either Parlin or Gant Benalcazar is urged to contact Austin Police. Live in Austin, Rob Scott, KXAN News.
Investigators tell us Benalcazar told them he walked into Blair's bedroom, saw her sleeping, but then she, quote, lunged at him. Police say he also admits to wearing the same kind of shoes that match prints at the scene. And the camera that caught the thermal images of the getaway car blocks away was just originally set up to record video of deer around the area. And investigators say that Benalcazar drew a map where he said he had parked the car, and it exactly matched what the camera showed. As we mentioned, Kathy Blair was a music teacher. You can hear what her students and friends told us about her. It's along with this story at KXAN.com. And as Rob mentioned, Benalcazar faces a capital murder charge that's more serious than even other homicide charges. We'll give you a little perspective on that. A person who kills someone could be charged with manslaughter or murder. Capital murder is the charge with the ultimate punishment, death. But to be charged with capital murder, investigators and prosecutors have specific criteria. One that fits this case is if someone intentionally commits a murder during a robbery or attempted robbery. They can be charged with capital murder.
This December 4th, 2014 interrogation is of a man by the name of Shawn Gant Benalcazar, who was ultimately convicted of capital murder on Friday, November 2nd, 2018, for the murder of Kathy Blair, a music teacher from Austin, Texas. Shawn is also a suspect in the murders of Billy and Sydney Shelton, both of whom were killed just 9 days after Kathy Blair. This one is a long one, over 4 hours, so grab your coffee, popcorn, take a bathroom break, and strap in, because this will be a really good one.
That one, I am assured, is fresh.
Oh, thank you. Oh, all right, I got a phone call from you guys just now.
Yeah, okay. That was me telling you that you'd have to call in order to get up here to call us.
Yeah.
We can't give you the instructions.
Sorry, I was slightly late. I was playing with my nephew. I lost track of time.
Okay.
Just doing some adjustments.
So, We talked on the phone a little bit, so I mean,
Yeah,
obviously
all right.
we kind of know what the deal is.
Let's go.
We're investigating a murder in Austin, and in particular, we're looking at Tim Parlin as the person that we believe committed the murder.
Mm-hmm.
So, what we're trying to do is, when we talk on the phone, obviously, you mentioned you come into Austin sometimes,
Mm-hmm.
and that you were, and that at least on one occasion you stayed with Tim at his place. And of course,
He doesn't
we
look
also
too thrilled to be
mentioned
there
that
now,
Tim
does he?
had thrown your name into this whole mix when we interviewed him.
I mean, I
So
guess who would, to
that's
be
why
honest.
we're here, because we have to basically eliminate you as a suspect before we can move on with Tim, and that's kind of what's holding
I
us
got
up
it.
right
I'm curious because I'm completely in the dark on this. Who was murdered?
now. So to begin with, we're not going to be able to say a lot about
Yeah.
the actual murder that we're investigating, and it's not just you, but
Well, you're
just in general.
accusing me
We
of
haven't
killing
talked a lot
somebody.
about these murders because
Yeah.
it works
I mean,
better than-
shouldn't I know who it is that
When we
I
talk to
supposedly
people,
killed?
When they tell us things, we know that they're being truthful with us, so we don't like to say a lot.
Oh, you mean you don't want to lead them?
Right, exactly.
And we
Okay.
want to hear from people that we talk to what they know,
Okay.
not what they heard
Gotcha.
about.
Right.
Okay.
And also with this particular guy, there's no telling what kind of stuff he might have been involved with that would be interesting outside of that, the murder in general. So,
Yeah.
we don't want to focus too much just on that. So,
Well, I actually thought of something I forgot to mention to you
Sure.
that's probably, or it could be relevant. I'm kind of a weapons collector.
mhm.
Like, I collect medieval weapons and knives and that sort of thing, sai and stuff. And when I met him, Tim, the first time, it was at his house. He just came over to meet with him. And, I was playing with my butterfly knife because I'd shown some of my weapons and actually took up my hobby and started collecting, although she has the nasty habit of hitting people with them.
Right.
But
Okay.
the butterfly knife, you know how you whip it out
Uh-huh,
and do that
right.
thing, and he was like, "Oh, that's cool. Can I borrow that?" And I was like, "Sure." He's like, "I want to learn how to do that."
Right.
I never got it back.
Okay.
So
You never saw it again. Can you tell me what that butterfly knife looks like?
yeah, it was. I bought it in Mexico years ago.
Okay.
And it was silver, except for a mother of pearl strip along the handle,
Okay.
and it was one edge, not double edged.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna take some notes here.
Yeah, you told me to think about stuff, and that
Yeah,
occurred to me
no,
because
that's perfect.
because really it wasn't a big deal to me that he hadn't returned it. But then I thought about it. I was like, that's why I asked about the murders too, because I was like, I don't know if he shot these people or
Right.
what he did, but if it involved a knife.
So, and one thing I want to point out to you, you probably already realize this since you
Yeah.
came in voluntarily, that you're not, in any trouble. We're not
Yeah.
arresting you. You're not under arrest. You're free to go anytime that you want to go,
Yeah.
and all that. So, anytime you want to.
Well,
like
no,
this,
I want to help
Yeah,
you
sometimes
guys
I make
I
you
guess.
mad. So, if
because
you make me mad, you just.
He
just
almost
leave
sounds
anytime you want.
disappointed.
You might not be able to find your way out. I have trouble finding my way out. I can't help you with that. But we'll get you out if you want to go. Okay. So it's important that you understand that
No,
this is totally.
I'm not one of those
okay.
people who's going to be. My mom's an attorney actually,
Right.
and she was like, an attorney should be present, and I was like, well, why? They're going to tell me not to say anything, and the thing is, honestly, I want to help you guys out because this guy, wolf in sheep's clothing, basically.
Right.
Didn't tell me anything about his past, and
The wolf in
I'm
sheep's
starting
clothing,
to feel
huh?
like he set me up like a patsy or something because
Right.
he set me off that night. He's like, my girl's there, so you can't stay there, so take off. And I'm like, well, what am I supposed to do? He's like, well, I'm not going to babysit you, just to go do something.
Right.
Right.
Which night was this?
I think that was the 14th or whenever we were talking. The weekend that I came in, I guess it would have been not the 14th because that's a Sunday, right?
Right. Well, what we were talking about was the 4th or the 5th and the 6th.
Oh, okay.
So Friday the 5th and Saturday the 6th.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was the first time.
And did you have a chance to look at anything to make sure that you were actually in town? Like, I don't know, sometimes I use my phone because I'm like, I know I've called so-and-so on that weekend or whatever, anything like that to help you remember. To be sure that we're talking about the right weekend, because that actually is very important to our understanding, is that we're talking about the correct weekend.
Okay, so December, you say 5th was a Friday?
The 5th was a Friday, yes.
Uh-huh. Okay.
That's the calendar of the month.
Okay. Yeah, I'm fairly certain I came in at about 11 o'clock on the 5th. And, yeah, I met with him briefly, and he said that his girlfriend or wife or whatever was in the room, so I couldn't go in to go off and do whatever.
Okay.
So I did, and like I told you, I actually didn't know how to work my navigation,
Right.
so I just played with it. It was like a video game.
Right.
I was just like, oh, let's see if I can find, you know what I mean?
Right.
And it killed some time, and I think it was, he told me to come back around a certain time because he said that his wife was going to work early, like 4-ish or something, and so I came back around then, and then I want to say we had breakfast at that East type place, and then I crashed on his couch for 4 or 5 hours, and then I texted, said he'd been up for days and couldn't talk to me, had to pass out for a day and a half, and sorry. And I said, well, no reason for me to be here now, so
Right.
I just turned around, went home.
So, and I know that we talked about a lot of stuff in the phone. I kind of want to go back through it because Detective Scanlon didn't necessarily hear all that, so I want to make sure he understands the whole thing. So we'll back up a little bit and kind of go over some of the stuff we talked on the phone. However, one thing I always point this out to people. So obviously you're not the only person we talked to. We talked to a lot of other people. No one said other than what Tim said, no one said anything bad about you, okay? So don't think that. But I also know that, with Tim, there's a lot of shadiness going on and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And so understand that we are homicide investigators. We're investigating a murder. That's the most important thing to us to solve this murder and put the right person in jail. We're not interested in hassling people over things that are not murder.
Yeah.
So the reason I say that is we want to hear everything. We want to tell the full truth of everything, and we want to, even if it's embarrassing for you, even if it's anything else, it's this thing that's the most important is that we understand the truth, because that is going to help us. That's going to help us the most in doing it. And like Detective Scanlon, we were actually talking about this on the way driving in from Austin, and he's like, yeah, I always like to tell people that it actually makes me believe you more when you're saying stuff that's kind of embarrassing to you, or that maybe you didn't want out there that the cops know about, because why would you say that if it wasn't true? We would that lends credence to the story. So sometimes people, what we don't like is when people tell us a story but they
excise parts of
it.
it.
They take parts out, or they lie, or just outright lie about parts, because then the important parts we go, when we try to present it and explain, then people are like, well, why do you believe that? But you didn't believe that. You're just selectively believing the stuff you want to believe.
Right.
So it's important that we, just get everything, good, bad, and
Well, because the fact is, he was a dealer.
right.
Yeah, and I bought some from him.
Right.
So that's the kind of thing you're talking about.
Yeah, stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's stuff. Like I said, that's stuff that we have no interest in pursuing in any way.
Yeah.
We just want to what we need to know it because we need to understand what kind of person Tim was, and we understand kind of the dynamics and the relationship of everything that was going on with everyone.
Yeah, no. What I told you was true. I was down there to figure out what was going on in my.
Right.
For what I've read prior to this, I read just very little before I started this, but apparently they already have a suspect in mind, and they brought this guy in as a witness because apparently, at this time that they started this interview, the detectives believe that he was a witness to something, or he's friends with the person who they think had committed this crime at first, of this music teacher. And although the person that they have named as a primary suspect is involved in the murder, at this time they believe that the person that they're talking about, who they have named as the prime suspect, they believe that he's the murderer at the time of this interview. But it turns out that the guy that they're interviewing right here was the guy who did it. He was the guy who committed the murder. And the guy who they're talking to here, Shawn, he was friends with the person who the police believe murdered the music teacher. But turns out he didn't actually murder her. Instead, he had his friend, this guy Shawn, murder her. So that's as far as I pretty much got prior to this interview, and I believe that's kind of where we stand right now, which is why they say he's not under arrest, and the reason that they appear to be talking to him casually, because at this time, and it's the mood is supposed to change significantly as the interview goes on. The police start suspecting him more and more as this interview progresses. But as of the beginning of the interview, they don't really have him pegged as their prime suspect. He might be a suspect at this time, but not the prime one as of this moment. But that supposedly changes as this progresses.
I was also trying to get a place,
Right.
and like I say, I have bad renter's credit.
Right.
Then while I was down there, like I said, he sold me a little bit of.
Mm-hmm.
I met that girl from.
Mm-hmm.
Hooked up with her. Those are the reasons I went down.
Yeah. So tell me, when did you first meet Tim?
The very first time I met him, I can't remember the date, but it was a long time ago. Like, it was this year, of course.
I'm assuming Tim is the prime guy right now that they're looking at.
And as I say, it was a short meeting. It was the one where he borrowed my butterfly knife.
Okay.
He was at the kitchen table, and I was just hanging out in his room. And I came out to get a drink from the fridge, and I saw he was there, and introduced myself, and we talked briefly, and he was hanging around talking to him for a few minutes, and I was playing with my butterfly knife, and that's when that happened.
Right. And you're not exactly sure when that is, but could you say, was this summertime? Was it?
It was past summer. It would have been at the latest, like October.
Okay.
My sister, she floated a comment something like, oh, well, once you get down here, you can do some jobs for Tim that, she said something like, he's got some jobs that he needs non-business for.
Okay, and what did you take that to mean?
Well, what I took it to mean is that she wanted some rough stuff done.
Right.
Like, maybe like collecting money for somebody or something like that. And the thing is, I don't do that kind of thing, but, talks me up to everybody.
Right.
Because it behooves her, because her boyfriends are afraid of me.
Right.
Because I have a lot of martial arts training. I was in the Navy, and I have a bunch of weapons and stuff like that. And so, she tells stories about how, like, I swoop down on a balcony or something, and makes me sound like Batman. And, you know, so the boyfriends are always afraid that I'm going to
dude.
come beat them up if they do anything wrong to her. Right. Well, I'm not even that kind
I don't think
because,
Batman
you know,
kills
she's
people, though.
usually beating up on her boyfriends.
Right.
So, but, you know, she, I'm sure, talked me up to him.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why she floated the idea to me. And I was like, great. Well, you know, I'm trying to get a job with my degree.
Right. Not with my hands. and
Yeah, I
legs,
mean,
yeah.
I have a microbiology degree.
Right.
So it's not like.
What did you do in the Navy?
I was an electronics technician.
How long were you in?
Not long. I was out fast.
Okay. The Navy life didn't suit you?
Doesn't
No.
sound like he was in the Navy at all.
Actually, it's where I got this coat, though.
Yeah, I figured.
You know, which I've buttoned wrong.
I mean, why didn't he just say 6 months, a
So,
year, 2 years, 4 years?
You talked about that butterfly knife. What about other weapons? Have you ever seen Tim with any other weapons?
No, I can't say I have.
Okay. Have you ever seen him with a gun?
No, I haven't. You know, I have to say he acted like he was concealing something at some point in his jacket. He was kind of like, you know, holding onto his jacket like he was bracing something.
Right.
Like you would do if you were shoplifting or something,
Right.
like trying to hold a package into your jacket, you know what I mean? And I was like, what's that about?
Right.
So, I mean, that could have been a gun,
Right, we don't know.
but
You
I didn't see
yeah,
it.
you didn't see
Yeah.
it.
So he's not covering for his friend at all. He's immediately
so I wanna
throwing
go
him
back
under the bus.
to specifically the day that we were talking about, the 5th
His friend,
and the 6th.
Tim.
You know, the day that you came into Austin and you tried to play. And that is a very important day because that is the day that the murder happened. That is the night that the murder happened that we were talking about. So we need to be very specific in understanding, like, exactly, you know, where you were at any given time, so that, you know, we can understand when you were with Tim and when you weren't. So that's, you know, so I just tell you that because, you know, I want to sort of jog you, you know, make sure you know that.
Stay on point.
Yeah, this is stuff that we're, you know, that we're going to look at. We have to look at and try to confirm and everything. So.
Well, like I say, I came in around 11 or 12.
Right.
And we had a brief conversation, and then he told me basically get lost for a while because, you know, my girl's here and you can't come in, so come back around like 3:45 or 4.
Okay.
Right. And that's when I was just driving around.
Right.
And then.
Oh no, the old driving around
back,
alibi.
Like I said, you know, his girl was gone.
I've heard that one before.
You know, he said the place was a mess. It was. You know, I showered, took a nap, woke up, texted.
Of course he had to get a shower.
You know, see me. Decided, well, go back home, right?
Okay, so think back in particular that night, especially since you were in his room and ended up spending the night, at least from about, so if you got there, you said you did stay there for a little while to sleep before you went back. And,
Yes.
what
And they're
time
talking
did
about
you
the
get
night
back?
of the murder, by the way.
So I
If
probably
you didn't catch
slept
that.
from like 6 to 11.
Okay,
Yeah. And so I probably left right at 11:20 or something like that.
right.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so was there anything that Tim was doing, I mean, in retrospect, looking back, now that I just told you that, that you say, okay, well that could be important, you know, something that I saw, some way, or something he was doing, anything like that?
I have a bad eye for that sort of thing, but I'm going to try to think. a lot of stuff he does strikes me as weird. He's kind of a weird guy. You've met him, I'm sure.
Sure, yeah.
You know, do you agree with me, right?
Oh, yeah.
He's a little off.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I didn't know about all this, or I wouldn't have been associating with him, but,
Well, sure.
you know, he kept bagging stuff up. He was bagging some stuff up.
What was he bagging up?
Just like trinkets and shit.
And what do you mean by trinkets?
It just looked like, hard to explain. It wasn't really like jewelry. It was like, almost looked like belly dance stuff or something. It was just like random, you know, it was like, I'm trying to think. It was just random junk. And it was like, but it was like shiny random junk.
So, did you see...
It was in like a shopping bag with handles, paper shopping bag.
Okay. Did you see anything there that had blood on it, let's say?
I don't think I ever saw any blood.
Okay. Did he show you anything that night that he was particularly interested in you seeing that you recall?
Did he?
Like the things that he was packing up, did he show you those things?
I'm trying to think. Something. I think he did show me something. I can't remember what it was. See, the thing is, he talks constantly.
Right.
And, like, you space out.
Right.
And so he was constantly talking at me, and then he brought something out, and then I was just like, I was zoned, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like showing it to me. I don't remember what it was.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, he really, you've talked to him, right?
Yeah.
He just yammers on and on.
Yes, he does.
So when you first got there that night, how was he dressed?
Let's see. He was fully dressed. He was, he had pants on, a shirt, and like an overshirt.
And do you remember the colors of these?
Fairly dark.
What about his shoes?
I can't remember anything but dark clothing, so the shoes would probably be dark too.
Was he wearing the same thing when you came back?
No. When he came back, I came up to his room and he said, wait a minute, he was in a bathrobe.
So had he just taken a shower or something?
I think so, yeah. And then, so I waited a minute and he got dressed in something else. And then, let me in.
Was the wife there?
No, because that was the thing, is he didn't want, you know, me there with her. Like he acted like she didn't want company or something. That was why he told me to go in the first place. Right.
And she was supposed to be at work now.
She was supposed to have gone to work. Now, in retrospect, I don't know whether she was there at all, or, you know, if that was an excuse for him to get away and do something.
Right.
But, I mean, I never went up to the door. You know, I wasn't going to be disrespectful and be like, oh, hey, let me check that your wife's there.
Right, sure.
You know.
So
I've actually
was he
never met her.
outside when you came up?
Yeah, I just called him and said I'm here, and he came outside.
Oh, okay. Had you been there before?
No.
Oh, okay, so you didn't really know.
So that was the first time yeah.
Okay. And you never met his wife, you said?
Never
Never
seen her.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know anything about her?
Mm-mm.
No. You know where she works or anything like that?
No, I have no info.
No info. So during the time that you were driving around, do you remember like what part of town you were driving around in?
Well, it was around the initially. So, you know, that part of town, basically I was just typing in different destinations and having it lead me there, you know. So I didn't get too far outside of the area.
Do you know where that? Are you familiar with that?
It's
north of
nearby.
Right.
It's near where the is, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not too far.
Yeah.
Um, it's
I
farther
don't
north.
think I went that way though. I think I went like southish.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you know where Mo is at?
Uh,
Mopac Expressway is to the west. So there's two kind of main north-south
okay. Yeah, because
expressways.
when I was in college, I didn't drive.
Right.
So I don't know Austin.
One,
Yeah.
and it goes north and south, and it runs sort of parallel with I-35, but it's to the west of I-35.
Yeah.
So you don't remember driving on that road?
Well, I just got on 35.
It's on 35.
You know, because a lot of the stuff that was nearby directed me to go to 35.
Oh, okay.
And so, obviously, because North is close to 35, you know, my nav would tell me the closest place is like off of 35.
Right.
And so I was going to a lot of places off of 35.
Right.
Yeah.
So one of the things that we're going to do as part of our investigation with anyone who's kind of like a suspect, possible suspect, is that we get historical geographic data from their telephones. Okay, so how we do that is we go to the actual carrier of the phone with a court order, and they provide the data that we request, and then we analyze that data. And in this case, it's actually the FBI that's doing it for us. So what they do, what that tells us is and you may know this already, but you know, cell phones, whenever they're operating, even if you're not actually making a phone call, they are hitting different towers because it's just these phones. They always want to communicate, you know, just to say I'm here, if nothing else. So they're constantly communicating with those towers. So when we look at that particular information, then we can actually take that data, and that data actually allows us to pinpoint the location of a phone at any given time. So when somebody, you know, that's kind of handy because if somebody has a phone, like I do, I carry my phone in my pocket all the time. I'm assuming you carry your phone in your pocket all the time, or you know, on or about you. That kind of allows us to figure out where the particular person is at any given time. So that's something that is ongoing right now. I haven't had enough time to complete that yet because it takes some time to get that data back and analyze it. But I tell you that because, so what we do with that is we're going to, you know, that'll allow us to kind of pin, that's why I'm asking a lot about like where you were at. It's just kind of give me an idea so that if you're in a particular area, there's an explanation for it, and I know, and I can, you know, and say, okay, well, we explained that, we went over that, I know why he's over there, not a big deal. In this case, the scene that we're looking at is a good distance away from. It's about 8.5 miles away. Definitely far enough away. There's different cell towers that are hitting, so we can look at one. So when we look at that, we can kind of see two things. One, to see if you were in that area at the time. We have a good idea of when this occurred. If you're in the area of murder at the time frame. And the other thing that allows us is obviously we do the same thing with Tim's phone. And so Tim's moving around the city, blah, 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 doing whatever he's doing. You're moving around the city, blah, 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 doing whatever you're doing. So, and based on what you said, there should be a point where you're kind of together, and then you're apart, and then you're together again until you leave Austin. So that's what I would expect to see when we when we do that analysis. Obviously, if we see that you're together, moving around the city, especially in the area where the murder happened, then that's more problematic. So So I bring that up to you because I just want to make sure that that you're clear
Yeah.
in the stuff that you're telling me, and you understand that we'll check. And there is a means for us to check that information out. So it's going to be separate, right? Not together.
It should be. I mean, there was a point that I took some stuff out of my pockets in his car because that's where we met.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know.
So you think you left your cell phone in his car?
It's possible because I know I left my wallet there.
That's a weird thing to do. So how did you
Yeah.
end up in his car if when
Well,
you showed up?
Why'd you
he
leave
said-
your wallet?
Well, no, the reason it happened was he was like, I was wearing shorts when I came in. He's like, aren't you gonna be cold? And I was like, I guess so. So I changed into pants and I took everything out of my pockets, right? And then I failed to put everything back into my pockets.
And so you did that changing out in the parking lot?
In my car. But like I took everything in my hands, you know. Like I say, he didn't let me into his apartment, you know, right away.
Right.
He met me in his car.
Okay. And you went and sat in his car?
Yeah.
What?
And talked for a minute until he told me to, you know, go.
And so you think during that time you
What'd
might
you
have
talk
left your
about?
cell phone inside his car?
I'm just saying it's a possibility.
You didn't make any phone calls during the time you were running around?
I don't think so.
Do you have your phone?
Yeah.
Can I look at it?
Sure.
Does it lock or?
No.
Old school phone.
So one thing that he told us is that he had, so one of the things that he had done is that Tim had convinced him to go on a burglary with him, and went out. They drove around, and one of the things he says that he went with Parlin on one of these burglaries, and stayed out in the car while Parlin went inside, and then returned. So, you know, obviously, you know, that was it was good that he told us that, so we understand kind of what's going on. Now, if we've done that on the burglary or on a burglary and then it turned into a murder, obviously that would be something that we were interested in. But of course, if that's what would have happened, let's say that we drove up with him and then Tim went in, he thought he was driving him up for a burglary, and Tim went in and actually killed someone and came back out, then that would be, you know, that would be problematic. However, you know, for as well. However, there's a big difference between one who had no idea that that was about to happen and Tim who planned to do that and went.
Yeah. So I remembered something. That was the reason I forgot my wallet, is that I dropped my phone and I was looking for it under the seat, and when I was looking under the seat, I found his wallet that he'd been missing for several days.
Okay.
And he thought that had stolen it. So when I found that, I was like, wow, it's his wallet. And so I started calling.
Right.
Or I didn't call him. I told his uncle to call him. And I was like, let's go by his house, tap on his window, and tell him we found his wallet. Because he swore that had stolen his wallet.
So you went by his house that morning?
Yeah, we actually did go by his house, and we tapped on the window to try to give him back his wallet. Yeah.
So, I guess the thing that I'm trying to say is, so obviously we continue to investigate and we continue to look, and everything. What we do, one thing we do is obviously everything you tell us is stuff that we're going to look at, and we have a lot of avenues to look at things. Okay, the phone thing is one, and once I brought that up, you remembered that you think that you left your car in Tim's van, which maybe
Phone, you mean?
Was it in his van?
No, it was the car.
It was a car.
Yeah.
Okay. So you were in the car.
That's not Tim's car.
What's that?
The car.
What does the car look like?
No. I mean, he has like an old, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it actually belongs to his sister.
Oh.
Father.
Okay.
So he was borrowing it.
All right.
So.
No, we weren't driving around in the van because he said the van had been stolen.
Right. So you went in. You got there. I just want to make sure I understand this. Like I said, I pointed out, it's very important because we have to check every bit of this. It's very important that we understand, exactly what happened. So you went in to the parking lot and you called them before you got there, or you called them once you got there?
Both.
Okay. And where was he at? Was he in his apartment or his?
He waddled out of his apartment.
Okay.
Like right as I called.
Okay. And he waddled over and
He waddled.
Did you have a conversation out on the porch or out on the thing? Or is that when you got in the
initially
car?
by my car, and that was when he told me to change pants, or because I was wearing shorts.
Okay.
And he was like, "Aren't you going to be cold?" And I was like, "Probably." So I got in my car, changed, got my stuff, and that's when I got in his car with my stuff in my hands, and then I found Dylan's wallet, and everything was crazy. But
And then what happened at that point? So you found the wallet, and then what happened?
well, I started talking to him about getting his wallet back, and I think we may have gone to do that immediately. And then that was the only thing we did, though, because he said he had to get back to his wife, and that was when he told me to.
So at that point, you drove. So you met and you drove up to his house.
It's not far off.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think.
And how long did you stay there?
Well, we didn't stay because the thing is, we didn't want to wake up his mom, so we just tapped on the window and didn't wake up. It was like, I've tried to wake up before. I've shaken his arm, shaken his leg, and I mean, the guy just, it takes about 15 shakes to wake the guy up.
Sure.
And I mean, I don't understand it. So tapping on the window didn't wake him up, and so we didn't go in. I just tapped on the window a few times, and then we got back in the car, and he gave the wallet to him later. Okay,
so you got back in the car. So you tried to tap on the window, but he didn't open up the window. So and about what time was this?
That would have probably been 12 or 1.
12 or 1?
12 or 1, yeah.
Okay. So, do you know if it was 12, closer to 12, closer to 1?
Probably
so
closer to 12.
Closer to 12. Okay. So then you were there, and around 12, what happened then? Where did you go then?
We went back to the and then he said he had to, take care of his girl, and then told me to, go.
Okay. So, and what time was it when you went?
Like right after we came back from this place, so like, 1-ish.
About 1 a.m.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, so at the time, so at that point, that's when you got out of his van and you think you might have left.
Well, again, it's
or not
it's
van,
the
but
car.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I say van because he had van too. So car. So you got out of the car, and then you got in your car and left. And what was the agreement? How?
Sometimes the police, they'll
he
throw
just
out
said she's
incorrect
going to work
information on
before,
purpose to see if
so
he'll
we'll
correct
come
them.
back around then. and I came back. Can't remember.
It works
whether or not I
sometimes.
called him. I think what happened was I just went and knocked on the door.
Okay.
And I didn't call.
Okay.
I think that's what happened. So, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it was all.
Could you have called?
That's a good question because I'm not sure I had my phone.
Okay.
But
I guess if you did call him, then we would know that you hadn't left your phone in his car. That'd be a good way of figuring.
that would be a good way of figuring that.
Or if you
out,
made
yeah.
a phone call or a text during that time period, that would kind of give us a clue that probably that you had the phone at the time. So
Yeah.
right. So if we found a clue like that, and then it also showed that like you and he were together, or that you were over at the scene of the murder at the time, then we would know that you were actually at the scene of the murder at the time, and it wasn't Tim that was at the scene of the murder. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand.
Right. Is it possible that it might show that?
I doubt it.
Okay. Just wanna make
Because
sure.
I mean, he drove me around a lot of places. You know, he took a bunch of back streets, but
Did you catch back streets when you were coming back from?
yeah,
Oh, okay. Did you make any stops anywhere?
bunch of.
Oh, he
Like-
stopped at a bunch of.
He'd stop at things all over the place
Okay.
and just chill.
Okay.
And I did get the feeling he was like casing stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But like, you know, I didn't have anything better to do, so I was just like, and he was constantly yammering. So I was just like, I'm tired, but you know, what am I gonna do? I just sat there, blanked out the yammering, and just kind of like relaxed, went along for the ride, you know.
Right.
So yeah.
Okay. So you did return back to the hotel at about 1 a.m. or so. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And then you got in your car and then departed the hotel at that point?
Yeah.
Okay. In your car, right?
Mm-hmm.
The car that you drove here today?
That's right.
Okay. So, and what kind of car is that?
It's a Sport model, 2013.
What car is it?
Huh?
No, what color?
Color metallic gray.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Great. Yeah. It's hard to tell under the light.
I've beaten the hell out of it.
Yeah. So, so then you left, and then you drove around for a while, and you came back around 4 a.m.
Yeah.
So, here again, I told you, you know, there's like a lot of different pieces of information we have. You know, it's like a big puzzle. We're always trying to put it together. That's why it's very helpful for you to be here, because you help us put this information together, you know, and make sense out of it. So, one of the pieces of the puzzle that we have is that, if you're familiar, Interrogation has a camera that covers that back parking lot where Tim's is at. I don't know if he mentioned it to you. He railed about it all the time to me because of that his car getting stolen. He was so mad that the police had not checked that camera. So, you know, of course, we have to do our job. So we made sure that we got that camera recording for the whole month of December. So I haven't gone through it yet because I sent it to the corporate office, and it actually got notified that it's here, but it's in the mailroom of the police department. So that's sort of one of my next things that I'm going to have to go look at. Let's go look at this piece of video. So, you know, it doesn't show like the front of Tim's room or anything like that. I mean, that would be too easy. But it does show us, you know, stuff that's helpful to our investigation. Like, for example, you can clearly see cars that are coming and going from the parking lot. So what I would expect to see, based on the story that you've told me, is I would expect to see you arrive, and then Tim's van to leave at the time that you
Tim's car.
Tim's car. I keep saying that. Tim's car to leave, and then Tim's car to return back, and then for your car to leave. Right. So, at approximately the times that you told me that would occur. Would you say that's correct?
Yes.
So obviously, if I didn't see that, if I saw something different than that, like I saw Tim's car leave, but I didn't see it return, or I didn't see your car leave and then come back later and then come back at 4 a.m. and all of that, and I'd be very concerned that, about the story. Obviously,
Yeah, the
about
story
what you're
wouldn't
telling me.
check out.
Right.
Gotcha.
So that's why I'm saying, when we talk about this stuff, it's very important, to be as precise as you can.
Yeah. You have to realize that with everything that's been going on,
Sure.
a lot of this stuff has gotten muddled.
Sure.
But I'm trying to be as accurate as I can.
Absolutely. But I think we can say for a fact that you did not come to Tim's house and then stay in his apartment while he left, right?
No.
So if he left when your car's still there, you're with him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Just want to make sure that I'm clear on that. So, so when you go, that'll help clarify things immensely. My concern is if I don't see that, because now we're starting to get into some kind of concrete things that we can explain. So
I guess this is the sort of thing that the defense would bring up, right?
Exactly.
They would say, but wait, this doesn't check out.
Exactly.
Somebody else might have done it.
Yes, you took the words right out of my mouth.
Because my mom's a lawyer.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's why we have to make sure that we do everything we can to clear it. That's why we go to such lengths as this to try to figure it out. So what's really important is that if for some reason you stayed with him in the car that night, we need to know that right now, because we need to understand the explanation for that, okay? So, like I said, when we talked, one of the things he talked about was, going over, Tim talked him into doing these burglaries, and he went over, he sat out in the car while Tim went inside. So, obviously, he was involved in the burglary as well, but that's a different kind of situation. Guy sitting out in the car is a different animal than the guy who's actually going in, especially if the guy in the car has no idea about what's about to happen. The guy in the car has no idea.
So you're saying Tim murdered someone when he was in the car?
No, not at all. What I'm saying is that, and I'll be really blunt with you, if you're in the car when Tim did the murder, we need to know that. Okay, that's something that we need to know, because as you've seen, our investigation, as I've explained, our investigation is very thorough. You've told us stuff, told us enough that we'll be able to figure out whether or not your story checks out. And right now, only you know whether it does or not, okay? But, within a couple of days, I'll be able to figure that out as well, and whether or not the story checks out. I'm not a human lie detector. I do not pretend in any way to be able to look at someone and know whether they're telling the truth or not. I never make assumptions about anybody. I think you're a stand-up guy. I think, I want to believe every word that you're telling me is the truth. But I still have an obligation to check every word that you tell me to make sure.
Yeah.
So, I know that I'm going to check that. I know that I'm going to check that information. And I just want to make sure that I'm not surprised by anything that I see when I go.
The only thing that I might caution you about is that, I may be mixing up particulars from different trips.
Sure, I totally get that. But how many times were you in Austin?
Like 3 or 4.
In December, how many times?
3, I think.
So, starting backwards from today, when was the last time that you were in Austin?
I guess that would be not last weekend, but the weekend before last.
Okay. And before that, when was the last time you were in Austin?
I guess like right before Christmas.
Okay. And so, and and you were in Austin 3 times over December. So I guess that would leave this one that we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I understand details can be mixed up and things like that, but you give me some concrete things, I think I'll be able to figure out whether or not that's the one you're talking about, because there's enough stuff we can go on. We certainly know that. So let's say, for example, it's not the night you think of, and it wasn't the night that you left the thing in the car.
Mm-hmm.
That was a different weekend, because that was a detail that you can make a mistake about. But so on the weekend that this happened, the murder happened, maybe you didn't leave it in the car, and you know, we can all figure this out.
Yeah.
So that would be very helpful. But you know, what I get concerned about is, you know, when I tell people about the phone thing, and then all of a sudden they're like, and I say, well, there's, you know, based on what you said, there shouldn't be any discrepancies, and then all of a sudden, oh, well, I must have left my phone inside the person's car, and then sort of maybe new details start emerging about the trip and stuff like that. So I get concerned about that. Okay, as an investigator, as a person who wants to make sure that I'm getting all the details right. Just because, you know, I have experience with that, so I kind of know the deal, you know. And so when I start to see that, I get a little worried that that, you know, maybe there's more to the story that I'm missing. And a lot of times, and we discussed this very early on in this whole thing. A lot of times people will say stuff, and they'll, you know, they won't tell the truth. They'll fib because it's something that's embarrassing to them. You know, there's something that they don't want to have to admit, you know, was going on. And, you know, like I said, you know, we want to have to admit that he had gone on a burglary with Tim, and then he was sitting out in the car, because that was embarrassing to him. So, and, you know, and it could be the same thing here. You know, maybe you were with Tim, something happened and you didn't expect to happen, and then you know, and so that's very embarrassing, or, you know, and something you don't want the police to take the wrong.
So you're suggesting that maybe I went on a burglary with Tim, stayed in the car, he went in, I thought he was going to burglarize, he wound up murdering somebody.
I mean, that's a possibility. I'm not saying that that's what happened. I'm just
Yeah.
saying that's the sort of thing. That,
I'm
you know,
just
we see
asking
sometimes.
that's what
Yeah.
you're saying, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, just because, you know, I know what happened with and stuff.
Yeah.
And so I'm kind of like, well, shoot, you know, but for the grace of God, that could, you know, in that situation, in that same situation, being out there, you know, I mean, because obviously, if I got to the point where I could say, well, I know that both of you were there, and both of you drove there, then, and then a murder occurred. Obviously, the concern is, you know, and this may have, like, you know, you may have learned about this and stuff. There's stuff that's intentional. You know, when people go out and they intentionally try to do something. A person who intentionally tries to go out and do something is different than a person who accidentally or even, you know, recklessly does something or gets himself involved in. You know, those are kind of different type of scenarios. You know? So sometimes what happens is that people will get into a situation again over. In fact, I will tell you, that's probably one of the most common things that we run into in our job as investigators. I mean, we spend a lot of time, Carrie more than me, spend a lot of time investigating these kind of things, and a lot of times what happens is you find that somebody was in the wrong place at the wrong time. I mean, I'll give you a good example. Like earlier this year in January, I investigated cases of capital murder. So, so 3 guys decide that they're going to go and rob the dealer. Okay, who cares? But they go to rob the guy. He goes in there. 1 guy stays out in the car. 2 guys go inside. Okay, so the 1 guy, he's like, I know that we're going to rob him, and that's what I'm in for, a robbery. The other guy, he's like, okay, unbeknownst to the other 2, he knows, the drug dealer knows him, So he's not leaving any witnesses behind. So he's going to kill the guy. Doesn't communicate this to anyone else. So when they go in there, it's two guys who go in, one guy sitting out. They go in there, they're doing the deal. This guy here is talking, thinks it's going to be a robbery. Third guy brings that gun up, rests it right on the second guy's shoulder, and shoots that guy in the head. So the end result of that story is that the guys, everyone came, I talked to everyone. You know, I kind of figured out who they were through investigation. It's all kind of that sort of thing. Investigation, figured out who they were, brought them in. And the guy who did it, I mean, he was lying about it. You know, it was kind of similar to like Tim. I mean, just like blah, 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 trying to throw other people under the bus. Well, the other two guys came in, and they were scared to death. But they came in, and they're like, hell yeah, this is what happened. And they told the whole story of what happened, because they were not in for a murder. These guys, they're robbers. Okay, they knew they were going to do a robbery. They're not in for a murder. So they told the whole thing. I was able to corroborate what they were saying, you know, and so the guy who actually pulled the trigger, you know, he got charged with capital murder. The guy who, you know, was there with them but didn't participate, he got a lower charge, robbery, and he would be out in a few years. And the guy who sat out in the car, he didn't even get charged. In the end, he didn't even get charged because he was better as a witness than as a defendant. So you know, that's a good example where, you know, we see that people get themselves into something that they weren't anticipating, and it's not bad guys. I mean, yeah, okay, they were doing something they weren't supposed to do. There's a big difference between robbing a dealer, you know what I mean, and like just killing somebody in cold blood. So a huge difference in what we're looking at in terms of the level, and the outcome was totally different as well. So, you know, anytime I run into a situation like that, you know, where I have a similar kind of thing, I always kind of, you know, just as I did in that case, I try to urge people, hey, listen, you know, if that's not what you're in for, you need to let us know. You need to let us know that you weren't there. Because what happens is, we investigate these things. I already told you, you know, it's not just us, it's the FBI, it's all sorts of people who are investigating the murder. So, you know, we're not leaving any stones unturned. You know, we even now continue to, you know, turn up evidence, you know, in the case, you know, as time goes on, because, you know, just things take time. So I absolutely encourage people, you know, I want people to realize, hey, listen, you know, we're going to figure out the truth. We're going to figure out if you're there or not, you know. So, you know, now's the opportunity, not like after charges have been filed when it's too late. You know, like in this other case I told you, you know, all these talks were before the stuff, you know, any charges got filed. So, you know, when it was time to actually do the filing, I could, you know, go to the prosecutor and we can make a decision about what the most appropriate charges were. And, you know, it worked out. And you know, that middle guy, he didn't get off, but then again, you know, he was breaking the law. You know, he was doing something he wasn't supposed to do. And so he did, you know, there was a price to pay, you know, but it was, you know, pretty much, I think in his case it was like the minimum that he was eligible for. So in the end it worked out. Had he just come in and just said, you know, and lied to me about it, you know, it was easy for me to actually connect him to the crime. So I knew he was involved in the crime. So it wasn't that. It wasn't like a whodunit kind of situation. So had he come in and just lied about it, I would charge him with capital murder, no question about it. The important thing is that, and that's what, you know, that's how it would have played out. You know, so the important thing is they came in.
It's like you fell asleep.
I understood what the situation was. They were able to say, hey, listen, I had no idea this is what was going to
Not the
happen.
greatest video quality, though.
It's not, you know, I'm not a killer, you know, I'm not, maybe not a saint, but I'm not
Police
a killer
departments,
either.
they're notorious for that.
When they go in, you know, we end up with,
All this money
you know,
the government's spending, they can't upgrade their cameras beyond the
outcome that gives us
80s.
justice. And that's what we're looking for. And justice is that, you know, the appropriate people are get the appropriate, you know, punishment for what they've done. I mean, there are consequences for what we do, but those consequences should be.
I don't think he's going to give up anything though.
So if you're a good guy, like I separate you.
Doesn't mean the detectives are going to change their tune as to who they think did
he
it.
went to prison for, and the story I got was that he got caught transporting P.
Yeah, I mean, he has all sorts of little stories. He even tells me stories about it, even though I
Well,
know
he
exactly
didn't
what
tell
happened.
me. Said that's what he told him.
Well, maybe that's what he get a parole violation for, but that's not what he went to prison for in the first place.
Yeah, he wasn't even.
Yeah, I was in the rounds and
93.
stuff. Yeah. So. Yeah. So anyway, so and that's another story that kind of illustrates the thing. I mean, it demonstrates what kind of guy that this Tim Parlin is.
Well, I'm starting to see he's a piece of shit.
Yeah. And one big thing he does is he uses people.
Well, it takes one to know one.
Tries to get them to do his dirty work or to participate. I mean, we all understand that. We understand that whole deal. So that's what we look at. So the thing that I'm saying to you, and the thing that I really want to make clear to you is that really within a few days we're going to know for sure whether or not you were there when this happened, and so if it turns out you weren't, then that's actually much better for me for my case. However, I think that I'm starting to think that maybe you were, that maybe you were there.
Oh.
And like I said, I'm not.
Now he's got to convince him that he wasn't there.
Maybe you were with Tim when he did this. Maybe you didn't realize that's what he was going to do. Maybe, and certainly, I don't think you realized he was going to do a murder. But
yeah, still trying to downplay it.
Maybe you
Trying to
didn't
keep him
realize he was gonna do a
comfortable, or
burglary.
basically he wants to keep him talking.
The thing is, we need to understand now, because if that's what we find, if we find that you were with him, then then we're going to have to make our own assumptions about what that means and what that is.
Yeah, they don't want to come right out and say, we think that you killed so-and-so or helped kill so-and-so, because they know he's going to lawyer up if they're that forward.
And about why that is.
I mean, as far as I know, that's what happened. I mean, he went all over the place,
Right.
And he'd stop at stations, he'd park in front of people's houses, he'd get out at the station, I'd wonder where the fuck he was, that kind of stuff. I mean, I didn't even know what he was up to. You know what I mean?
So tell me about some of the houses that you parked in front of.
Well, I mean, he was just driving through neighborhoods, and he was just talking about how he drives the streets. Mm-hmm. Just talking, just the yammering again. Mm-hmm. Talking about,
he talks about driving the streets.
With stories about, one time when he got pulled over and he had a sawed-off shotgun underneath the seat. And, the cop, he ran a yellow light, though it didn't turn red until he got under it. The cop pulled him over, and he was sober, was drunk, driving in front of him, and that kind of stuff. And,
right.
And he takes me through the neighborhoods and all this stuff, and I wasn't even trying to ask questions, because he gets mad when you ask questions.
Right.
Like, he's like, why are you asking so many questions?
Right.
Yeah.
So did he stop in a neighborhood and get out of the car?
I think he did at one point.
Okay.
But I mean, it wasn't for too long.
So tell me about that.
Say he was trying to see if someone was there.
Okay.
Because he said that somebody had jacked or something for drugs. and so like he went up to the fence line or whatever, disappeared there for a little bit.
Okay, so tell me about like the neighborhood where this was at. Was this the only stop that he made?
Yeah, that was the only time he stopped and got out
Okay.
in a neighborhood.
Okay, so tell me about that.
The neighborhood was like, fairly nice. It was broad streets, sharp right angles, and brightly lit corner.
So tell me, where did you park in front of a house?
No, we parked underneath a street light.
Okay.
That's why I said well lit, because I remember there was a lot of light.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I was like straight from the road most of the time, and I was just tired. And also that he gave me a perk because my back hurt from the drive.
Right.
So I was also spacey.
Okay.
That's why some of this is a bit hazy.
Sure.
But
He gave him an opioid narcotic. Not sure why they bleep that out.
It was a broad street, broad main street, and there was a street light here, really bright street light. We parked underneath that. He got out for a few minutes and said he was going to check out if someone was there because they had like jacked or something. And I was like, whatever, do what you got to do.
Okay.
So he got out and, went over to the house for a few minutes.
Was the house on the street where you were parked?
No, it was like this street we were parked on intersected with a street like right here.
Okay.
And then I guess the house he went into was like right there.
Okay.
Can
you draw that? Can you?
Yeah, I can draw that.
Some paper.
You saw him go into the house?
I saw it. Well, I saw him disappear towards the.
He's gonna get some paper for you. Like
Oh, okay.
or something.
Yeah, I saw him disappear, behind the shrubbery or whatever by the fence. Like he said he was gonna look at the cars because he said something about, I don't know about cars. He was rattling off names of cars, and he was like, "Oh, there should be a this and that and the other parked there." And he's like, "There's only a this parked there." And he's like, "I'm gonna go check it out." But then he disappeared behind the bushes, by the fence. And
There's a pen over there?
yeah, there is. Yeah, and that stuff was stronger than because when I was
Did you get out of the car too?
no. When I was actually getting prescription pain meds for my back, they gave me, and he gave me that set, and that was like, it must have been the maximum dose or whatever, because I was just like out of it. I mean, I was way out of it. But I do remember the street.
You remember the name of the street?
No, I never remember street names, but it was a broad street and went straight like this, and residential street came off like that. Your lamp post was here. Right, bright light. Car was, about here.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
And then the house was about here.
Okay.
Where did you see him? So you stayed in the car?
I stayed in the car, and
He
I
got out?
watched him kind of just walk towards the house, and he disappeared in the bushes. Basically, he said he was going to look at which cars were there, but I, from where I was, I couldn't really see what he was doing.
How many houses down from the corner is that?
I think it was like just one. It was like
It was
not
on
the
the
corner
corner?
house,
Oh, okay.
but it was like the next to the corner house or something like that. Yeah.
So, so tell me what happened then. So where are you sitting in the car?
Passenger seat.
The front passenger seat?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I just waited like a few minutes, and he came back and said, well, I guess they're not there or something, and like,
What did he have with him when he left?
you mean when he,
What was he carrying?
was he carrying anything when he left the car?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Okay. What was he carrying when he came back?
Trying to think if he actually was carrying anything either time. I was out of it. I was tired.
Yeah,
and he gave me
convenient.
that that,
About what time in the morning is this?
I don't know, like maybe like 4-ish. You know, between 4 and 5 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. He might have been carrying something like
You
a.
think that was between 4 and 5, you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he might have been carrying like a sack or something.
Describe it.
Looked like white fabric.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I can't. I mean, I have a mental image of him with a white sack.
Mm-hmm.
Going to or coming from?
Coming from. Now that you mention
So what did
it,
he do with the sack?
well, he just threw it in the back seat and didn't say anything about it, and I was like, half asleep, so I was just like, whatever, are we going? He took us to eat,
Mm-hmm.
and then after I ate, I was like real tired, and we went back and I crashed.
Okay. So, one of the things that we talked about earlier is that it's very important that we not leave out details even when they're embarrassing. Okay. So, as I mentioned, our investigation is very thorough. Far more thorough than we deserve because we caught some lucky breaks. Okay.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you that. But I can tell you that there's some stuff about your story that I know is not correct. Okay.
Uh-oh.
So one is that the one big one is that I know that that Tim committed a murder that night.
Ooh.
That's one of the things that I know. Maybe you didn't know it right at that moment, but you certainly knew it before we came in here and talked, or before I talked to you on the phone about it.
Ooh, and you didn't go to the police to make you an accomplice, dude.
That's one thing. Okay. So, so another thing that I know is
With his
that,
mother lawyer. I'm sure he knows that.
is that you knew that you either saw him go into the house, or that you went into the house with him, or that you came and picked him up at the house. One of these things, because from where you're describing, you couldn't have seen that house. Okay, so the only way you knew which house he went into is because you either saw him going in.
Well, no, the reason is because he drove by a few times.
Mm-hmm.
He drove through the neighborhood and pointed it out.
Okay.
And then he parked.
Okay.
And then I kind of watched him go, and he just kind of disappeared from view.
So, in that car, what car were you in?
The same car he always drives around in.
Okay.
That.
All right. And you were in the passenger seat of the car.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And the bag that he brought, did you see any blood on Tim?
Nope.
See blood on the bag?
Nope.
Did you have any blood on you?
Nope.
Okay. Then why is the blood from the murder victim on the seat? that you were sitting on. Why is that?
Whoa.
Explain that to me.
Oh, please do.
So,
Oh.
so the problem here is that, so I think you see what I'm saying,
Yeah.
is that you're describing, okay, and what you're saying is, when people, and I find this all the time, this is something that I see all the time, when people start swimming across the lake, okay, the thing I always like to say, if you're swimming across the lake and you get 90% across the lake, you have to
Okay.
swim across the lake, right?
Right.
Same with telling the truth. You tell 90% of the truth, you haven't told the whole truth. Okay. So right now, hey, these are things that we know, and there's no question about it. Okay. Both through our investigation and really, frankly, based on what you've told us right now. You were at the scene of where the murder happened. You were in the car, okay, that was used to get there, and you were sitting in the seat, based on what you said, where we found the murder victim's blood. Okay.
Yeah, but
So and I don't expect you to have to explain that right now. Okay. Well, I'm telling you that, the reason I'm telling you that.
In other words, if he never got out of the car, how did the blood get underneath his ass
all these facts that I
on the
have to
seat?
present, I have to present them to grand juries, and I have to present them to the district attorney. I have to make sense out of them. Okay. I have to make sense out of them, because if I leave it to them to make sense out of it, then they're going to think the worst. You know, they're going to say something like, "There's blood on that seat, and you're sitting in that seat, and the person who's sitting in that seat had blood on them." That would make sense, right? Therefore, the person sitting in that seat must have been the murderer. Okay? So these are the type of connections that people make. Okay.
Yeah.
So and what helps them make those connections, and we've discussed this already, and make those assumptions and think the worst is when you say things that we know are not correct. Okay. So when, to avoid, like we talked about, in order to avoid embarrassment, sometimes we will, we'll say things that aren't correct. Okay. To try to minimize for ourselves or make ourselves look better. So what's important is, listen, and we talked about this already. What's important is that I don't think you're a vicious killer. Okay, I don't think you're a big murderer. Okay, but I do think that you were there. You knew that Tim was going to be going to that house, and you knew why he was going to be going to that house. Okay, so that is something that we.
And you probably went with him.
Because
how else did the blood get on the seat underneath you?
Exactly. The things that brought you to that house. We need to understand all the details and the discussions that we're having, because all of that stuff is important to anyone's assessment of what the appropriate consequences are. Okay.
Yeah.
So if you had blood on you and transferred onto the seat, then we need to understand why that is, that you would have transferred blood.
Well, the thing is, the blood could have gotten on the seat after I got out, right? He could have had something that had blood on it.
So blood is a liquid. It's a viscous liquid.
Yeah.
It dries very quickly.
Yeah, it dries.
We're both very well trained in blood stain recognition and in understanding. We've actually done, as part of our training, scientific tests where we actually do drying on blood. So we know that blood that once it's dry is not going to leave the type of stain that we saw there. The stain that we saw there is from something that is saturated with blood. Fresh blood is not dried. It's transferred onto the seat. So something with blood on it, fresh, undried blood on it, transferred on the seat. So it didn't happen 30 minutes later. It didn't happen an hour later. It happened.
It could have been the sack.
A short time after the thing. Okay. Did the sack have blood on it?
Oh, well, like I said,
It's interesting he doesn't lawyer up at this
but-
minute,
Let me ask you this: if it could have been the sack, okay,
because they really turned up
you're
the heat
sitting
on
in the
that.
passenger seat,
or
is
by
it possible that the
divulging
sack
that
was in the
information.
sack on the passenger seat? Isn't it possible that he handed you the sack?
I guess so.
Okay, well, so I guess the question would be, did he hand you the sack? Is that how the blood got
I don't remember.
there? Okay.
You know what he did with the sack, honestly.
Well, we need to remember, and it said it could have been the sack. Why are you saying it could have been the sack?
Well, I'm just saying.
Because he
I'm
was
just
out of
throwing
it. He
out
was on Percocet.
possibilities.
So how would he
I don't
know?
how it got there. You know.
He was spacing out.
He just stopped and said he wanted to check out these guys who supposedly jacked, you know, or whatever. And I was like, okay, do whatever.
Okay, so is it possible that you were not in the passenger seat? That you were in a different position in the car?
Ah. See,
Um,
it would have sounded a lot better if he was in the back seat. Because he could have just tossed the sack onto the
I don't know.
front passenger seat.
I'm fidgety. I probably like.
Is he
There's
going to
two
change?
possibilities.
Change the story? Now
Passenger
he's
seat
in the
of
back
car,
seat
you're
now.
in the driver's seat of the car.
Yeah.
Okay. So is it possible you were in the driver's seat of the car?
Oh, yeah, he could have been driving.
No.
No. Under the
Okay,
influence.
so you're quite sure that you were not driving the car.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I'm still trying to understand why there's blood stain on the seat that you're sitting in. Okay. So that makes me concerned that you were in. See, what would really help me to understand this whole thing is if you would explain, because it's in your mind of what happened. You know very well what happened. Okay, I have no doubt you remember this incident and everything associated with it like it happened yesterday. Okay, because unless, I mean, you're not a mass murderer, right? I mean, you haven't been involved in 50 murders over the last year, so we know that, you know, if you're involved in a murder in some way, you're going to remember that. You know, it's going to stick in your mind forever. I'm going to remember this. I'm going to remember this sitting down in the room with you. I'm going to remember it a year from now, you know, very vividly. And I'm going to remember when I first got to the scene out there and what I remembered about that. Okay, so all of those things are very vivid. So I know they're vivid in your mind. You know, I know that you're saying a lot of things because you don't want to discuss this because it's stuff that is not making you look good. Let's just, throw it out there, okay? But we're beyond that. We're beyond embarrassment, okay? We're beyond, looking good. What we're in right now is we're in this mode of we gotta explain. We gotta explain, okay?
Mm-hmm.
We're there. You're at the scene of something really bad that happened, and I got two guys there at the scene, and one of them did something, or both of them did something, and I gotta know. So I have to know from beginning to end the truth of what happened, because that's the only way I can separate facts from fiction. Right? You tell me things, concrete things, I can check those things, and I'll know the truth. If you're not telling me concrete things, then I know that you don't want me to check those things. Okay? That makes me and the other people who have to make decisions. It makes us all think the worst, right? We need to know how this started, what the discussion was, what the plan was, the whole thing.
Well, like I said, there wasn't any kind of plan. It was just like we were just driving around, and he just said something about these dealers who supposedly did some jack on somebody. I think it was, I don't know. And he said, I'm gonna go check if their car's there or whatever. Just walked out. Came back with the sack. I mean, I guess he did hand me the sack. Put it in the floorboard, or I guess between my legs or something. And
do you remember that happening? What do you guess it happened?
yeah, I actually do remember it happening.
Okay. What was in the sack? I mean, because I know at some point we all got together and looked at
It's like a little bit of jewelry.
Okay.
Trinkets and whatnot.
What else?
That's all I
Shiny
saw.
stuff.
I mean, I didn't stick around to look at everything. I left.
And so, where were you at when you looked at that side?
Well, I just took a peek at it when, he handed it to me. Like, I didn't look at it, we never dumped it out, and
Are you sure?
yeah, I'm sure, because I wasn't signed on for anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, whether you were signed on for anything or not, okay, you were there. I mean, what was his explanation for why there was a sign? There was jewelry in the sign.
I don't know. I mean, he just said, like, I got something, like, back or something like that. My assumption was that he had, gone in and burglarized the place.
Mm-hmm.
And, I was like, whatever, because,
Did you see blood on the side?
I don't really think I did see blood on the sack, but I mean, there could have been.
It left a lot of blood. Okay, so if there was no visible blood on the sack, then the blood that we're looking at is not the blood that left that.
Yeah.
That's why it must have come from somebody's leg or somebody's who was sitting in the seat. So that's what we're trying to figure out, right? So let me just tell you this, okay? Because this, I want you to understand how serious. I mean, you know how serious.
Yeah.
Okay. I want you to understand that I have to go back to Tim, and I have to tell him, hey, what happened. And now he's had plenty of time to think about this. He knows what we've been talking. Every time we talk to you, he's got to assume you either denied everything or you give half-ass story. And then now Tim's going to fill in the details. Okay? So basically what you're doing is you're allowing Tim to fill in the details. Okay? Hey, and that's cool. If you killed this person, then I think that's probably best to let Tim fill in the details because, what can you say? But if you didn't, we need the details or else Tim's going to fill them in or people are going to fill them in their own minds. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
The story that you're telling me doesn't ring true. Details of it do, okay, but the entire story doesn't ring true. We don't believe you just, and I don't think people are going to believe that you just, accidentally showed up here and with no knowledge of how that happened. We just know based on how we have done stuff, in our understanding of how the world works because we've been doing this for 20-something years each, and so we know that's kind of that's not how it goes down. Okay, so when Tim comes up with another story and says something like, yeah, Shawn came up with this idea and went in there and I just drove him over there and he went into the house and he did this and he came back out and he must have blood all over him and that's why it got left in the car, then that kind of leaves you in the blind. You know what I'm saying?
Sounds to me that's what Tim probably actually told them.
All right, look, there was blood on the sack.
Okay.
I mean, I just
Okay, so let's.
I didn't want to do the failure to report thing because, it's just
Yeah, but wait, the problem I think is that they already told him that the blood on the seat, that there was a good amount of blood that would have been consistent with it being on somebody's person when they sat on the seat, like on their leg. If I remember hearing that correctly, I think that's kind of what they were alluding to. That, I mean, the blood that's on the seat, even if there was blood on the sack, it probably wouldn't have been consistent with the pattern or at least how the blood was smeared on the seat, that it was probably on somebody's pant leg or on somebody's leg when they sat on the seat. At least that's what I think I heard them describe the the blood on the seat.
Like, I had no idea what the hell he was doing in there. Like, I was out of it, and he just said he was going to go look at the cars. Came back with a sack, had blood on it, threw it in the passenger floorboard, and I took a peek at it, had jewelry in it, and I didn't want anything to do with it.
When did you figure
Why'd
out
you look
it
at
had
it?
something to do with the murder?
Well, I mean, the fact that it had blood on it was not a good sign.
Right.
But I was like,
Did you ask him?
yeah, I did. I was like, you know, what the hell? And he's like, oh, well, things got messy. And I was just like, what did you, get me into, whatever. And, I was just like, drop me off,
Okay, and so I'm assuming you saw the news reports.
No, I didn't see any news reports. I don't even know who got killed. That's why I asked you.
Okay. So, how do you think that the person was killed? Based on what you know.
Well, considering the amount of blood, I would imagine that there was a blade involved.
Okay. Do you know what blade was involved?
No, because I wasn't there.
Okay. Could it have been your butterfly knife?
Could have been.
Very possibly.
Okay.
Because I never got it back. I mean, if you ask
Maybe it
him
was left
about
there.
it and he still has it somewhere, then I guess it wasn't.
Right.
But I didn't see him carrying it with him.
Mm-hmm. What was he carrying when he went into the house?
He just had his jacket on and a shirt and pants and shoes.
So describe the jacket he was wearing.
It was like a black jacket, almost looked like a windbreaker.
Okay.
I think. Yeah.
And he's wearing pants. What kind of pants?
I think dark pants.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how about shoes?
I never noticed people's shoes, honestly. All I remember is dark clothing, so the shoes were probably dark.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, what do you, what happened to you said it was the white thing. It was a sack?
It was like a pillowcase.
Okay. And it was what color?
White.
Okay. And how much blood did it have on it?
A lot.
Okay. And what about Tim? How much blood did he have on it?
Well, I couldn't really tell because he was wearing dark clothing, so
Okay.
I didn't know whether or not. I mean, I think he had some maybe on his hands, but I don't know that he had any on the rest of him.
Was he wearing gloves when he went in?
He wasn't wearing gloves, but I suppose he could have put them on, en route, because he had blood on his hands.
Okay. And you saw the blood on his hands?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And he gave me the sack.
And
By the way, supposedly there was no
so-
DNA found
so
at the
tell me a
scene.
little bit about that conversation,
Well, I mean, I was just like, what the hell happened,
Right.
And he's like, well, things got a little messy, and just like,
I'm sorry.
I kind of inferred what that meant, but
What did you think it meant?
well, that obviously he had at least injured somebody, getting something, and that's not what I thought he was doing. I mean, I thought he was just casing the place to see if they were around.
Mm-hmm.
And, he was gone for maybe like 7 minutes, or something like that. I'm not sure.
It was really quick that way?
I mean, 7 to 10 minutes, I guess, yeah.
Okay.
It was longer than I thought it would have been for him to just walk up and look at the cars, though. You know what I mean? So I started getting like antsy and like, what's this guy doing? You know? And then we came
Well,
back.
why? I
with
thought you were
that,
spaced
I
out.
was like,
Was anyone else in the car with him?
no, there was nobody there. But the thing was, I mean, we were just like out driving, you know, to get breakfast or whatever, and like stopping at 11s and doing the usual stuff he does. He just roams town, you know.
Any settlements close to that house?
I don't remember. There's one close to the suites, and there's one close to the motel I stayed at. But I don't remember if there are any ones close to the house. It's just, I mean, you know, I had no idea. You know, he just said something about drug dealers, you know, screwing people over.
Sure.
Said he wanted to go up to look at the cars. Came back with this thing.
So why would he go look at the cars?
Well, he was trying to figure out who was in the house based on the cars.
And what cars were there?
Well, that's the thing. I told him while you were out of the room, I don't know anything about cars. I have bad memory for it. He was rattling off like 2 or 3 names for cars. He was like, this one, there was like a truck that was supposed to be there, and like this car, and he was like, only one of the cars is there, or something, or let me go check and see which cars are there. And it all had something to do with him trying to figure out, you know, who was in the house. He was like, I want to find out who's in the house because, you know, we need to, like, you know, get in there and get them back or whatever. So, and I was like, what do you mean we? And he's like, no, I mean, you know, I'm going to go later. And I was like, yeah, because I didn't sign on for any of this bullshit. Mm-hmm. You know, but, you know, he just, like I say, he walked off there, disappeared for, you know, 7-10 minutes, and came back and threw this sack at me. And I took a peek at it, and obviously the fact that it was covered in blood was like...
Had you been by that house earlier in the day?
No. That was the first time that we'd been by. He drove by it a couple times, and he told me something about... He drove by it while he was telling me about the Jack thing. And, I mean, I think that's kind of bad when people do that, you know, Jack.
Oh yeah, when somebody jacks it.
Yeah, so I was like, I didn't have any problem with him like trying to case him, you know what I mean? Because I was like, I had no idea what he was gonna do.
Right. Yeah. You know, he was gonna kill anyone. But,
Yeah.
But you had to know that he was gonna burglarize their house.
I thought he was gonna try to like take some or something.
Like go in and rip them off.
Well, I mean, not when I was there though.
Well, why else would he get out?
Well, because that's the thing, though. He just said that he was, like, trying to look at them to see, like, who was there, because he said he was going to come back later. He said, like, he said he was going to come right back later, based on who was there, you know? And, like, he just was like, I want to make a stop here and see who's here. Right.
How many times did you drive by it?
Just a couple.
How long did that take to drive by it?
Not too long. During that time, he explained to me the story, and then he was like, he parked under the street light, and then he was like, I'm gonna go, you know, make sure, like, you know, who's there or whatever. Because we could see, you know, which cars were in the driveway when we drove by, obviously. But it didn't really make a whole lot of sense. I was just like, whatever, you know. I mean, he just got out, and, I mean, you know, I think I stepped out of the car briefly and looked around and then got back in the car, you know, because, like I say, I'm fidgety.
Did you walk down that street at all?
Yeah, one time I did walk down the street and I kind of like looked at the house to see where the hell he was because I couldn't see
That's when
him.
he was inside?
I guess because I didn't see him.
I thought you never got out of the
I
car
was
though.
looking because he, had been longer than I had expected because he said he was just going to go look at the front of the house. He didn't tell me he was going in.
And you're positive you didn't go inside the house?
No, I'm positive I didn't go inside the house.
Okay. So you got out and you walked down that street. You don't remember the name of the street?
No.
Okay, so you walked down that street. How long were you down that street? How long were you on that
Just long enough to walk down there, glance, and then walk back, and then get in the car.
Okay.
And I just did that because I was bored of waiting. And I was like, what the hell is this fool doing?
Right. But it was just 7 minutes though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, not very
But
long.
I mean, he just said he was going to look at the place. It doesn't take 7 minutes to look at a place.
Right. What was it that he was needing to look at that he couldn't see when driving by?
That's what I was saying. It didn't make any sense. Like, he was like, these cars aren't here. I'm going to go check it out and see, like, who might be there or whatever. It was something like that he said.
And had you driven by this place on any prior days?
No. This was the first time. Like I said, he filled me in on the story as he drove me by it. I didn't even know we were going there. Like, it's not like he said, we're going to burglarize this house, get ready. We were just like...
Did he say we're going to hit a lick?
What?
Did he say we're going to hit a lick or something
What
like
does
that?
that mean?
It means go do a crime.
No. And I mean, he didn't enlist me in any crimes.
Okay.
That's the thing, is that I never signed on to do any burglary or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
He just, sorry, I'm getting a little hot.
That's okay.
He
You're
just
getting a little hot under the collar.
was
You're a little
driving
nervous.
back streets, and at that time he stopped. And he just said he wanted to check it out to see who was in there, and it didn't make much sense to me because, like, he'd already seen the cars from driving by that were there. Mm-hmm. And, but like I said, I was tired and out of it, and I wasn't in the mood to argue with him, and he hates when you ask questions, so I was like, the sooner we get this over with, the sooner I get back and get to go to sleep.
Okay, so what happened when you got back?
Well, I guess he took a shower, and I just, passed out, because I was tired. I mean, I'd been up since Friday morning at, 6:50.
Okay.
And I'd been up all night. So I was tired.
So what did he do when you got back?
What do you mean, what did he do?
Well, y'all got back to you went back to
his
in-town
place.
suites, right?
Yeah.
So then once you got in there, you
Well,
got into the
he
room.
left the stuff. He left the stuff in the car.
Okay.
And then he went and took a shower, and then
So once you got in, you must have seen what he looked like then in the light. And how did he look? In terms
Yeah,
of,
true. Did he have blood on him?
Blood. Any injuries on him?
He didn't have any injuries on him, but he had blood on his hands.
Where else on his body that you saw?
Just on his arms a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so what did he tell you happened then?
Well, I mean, I
Except
just
Tim
told him I
didn't kill
wanna
anybody.
know. I was like, dude, don't do this again because, you didn't tell me that anything like this was going to happen,
So that was your response to
yeah, I
the
was
guy doing a murder?
well,
Don't
but
do this.
see,
don't
I
do this
didn't,
again.
I didn't know he killed somebody.
Well, what did you think had happened?
Well, I mean, there was blood.
He didn't.
But that doesn't necessarily mean
You
body.
did.
I mean, I just...
Okay. So, but you went and saw him 2 more times after this, right?
Yeah, but he never did
So you
anything
couldn't have
like
been
that
that
again.
offended by the whole thing, right?
Well, I mean, he didn't involve me in it again, so...
Are you sure you didn't get involved in anything like this again?
Yeah.
You didn't go to any places where you went inside?
No.
You weren't sitting.
Uh-oh, what else do they have?
Any other burglaries?
Are you sure about that?
I just want to be clear, we had talked about another date as well, and that is December 15th and 16th, which is a Monday and Tuesday. Am I right, Carrie?
Yes. Sunday and Monday.
Sunday and Monday. Were you in Austin that Sunday or Monday?
Quite possibly.
Okay. And were you with Tim Parlin?
Yeah, I think so, but I think I stayed back in my car.
Yeah, this
listening
murder
to
apparently had
music.
happened December 4th
Explain that.
of
Well,
2014.
I mean, I was just sitting in the parking lot of the Eats, like listening to my MP3 player.
So that weekend.
MP3 player, blast from the past. Yeah, at first I thought the interrogation was
about
on
the same time, like
on
11
December
o'clock
4th, but
Friday.
no,
I
apparently
think
the
I stayed
murder
the whole
happened on
weekend.
December
You
4th.
stayed in.
And now they're talking about
No,
what,
I
December
stayed in a
15th?
motel.
This
Okay.
second incident,
And,
burglary or whatever.
Like, what happened was,
Did you register under your name at the motel?
yeah,
Which motel did you stay at?
the one on I-35 and Runberg.
Had you stayed there on another occasion as well?
Well, I stayed there 2 times. That time, and then on the 21st or whatever, 20th, 21st.
Okay.
And I registered under my name both times.
Okay.
So
on the 15th and 16th, so you got into town on Friday. So what did you and Tim do?
Well, basically, I was just discussing what was going on with and like, talking about moving in.
Okay.
And I spent a lot of time just going about Austin. But as far as you're talking about Sunday and Monday, like late Sunday, I don't know, I was just like spaced out or something. I think I was just hanging out, trying to think. I must have been just either in my hotel room or like just hanging out in my car listening to music because I didn't have anything to do. Like Tim said his girl was there, so I couldn't come by, so I stayed at my place and I didn't have anything to do.
So the 15th and 16th, that's actually
14th and 15th.
Yeah, 14th and 15th. I'm sorry.
Sunday and Monday.
Sunday and Monday. Yeah, Sunday and Monday.
They don't sound good.
So, did you and Tim go out anywhere?
I mean,
You drove around?
not at night. We didn't do any of that time.
Okay. Was there another time that you did that? Drove around with him at night?
Yeah, I think he did more of that on like the 21st.
Yeah, what happened then?
Nothing really. He was just driving through neighborhoods like before, but he didn't stop or anything.
He didn't stop.
So
what about the weekend we were talking about, the 14th and 15th?
what about it?
You didn't go out that night?
Mm-mm.
Okay. So, obviously, you didn't leave your car with Parlin that night, did you?
My car was probably parked at the motel.
Okay. Well, you didn't put your phone in Tim's car, so. Right?
No,
Okay.
I mean, I would have been at the Motel 6 with my phone.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah.
So, so no time during that night did you, the 14th, 15th, 16th, any of those days, did Did you go out with Tim at night? Because, you know, like I said, that's all stuff we are going to check.
Like, I mean, which days are those? The 14th is, what, Saturday?
So 13th is Saturday.
Oh, 13th Saturday, 14th is Sunday, 15th is Monday. Okay. I want to say that we probably did some driving around on the 13th.
Okay. Where did you drive around at?
I really have a terrible sense of direction, so I don't know. I mean,
What did you look at?
Trying to think.
Come on, dude, cough it up. I mean, you can
Just more
absolutely visualize it.
neighborhoods. There's a big ditch. That's all I remember.
Oh yeah,
What about the big ditch?
big ditch, huh?
Just, beside the road, there's a big ditch.
Like parallel to the road?
Mm-hmm.
Like you fall along next to a ditch?
Any trees around the ditch? Is it in
What
the
else did you
city,
see?
out in the country?
That was all I saw. He drove through that neighborhood on the 13th Saturday, and you know, that was right on the way to like or something, and he gassed up and, you know, paid for some drinks for me and stuff, and, you know.
No, we don't
Yeah,
know.
So,
Fill it in.
what about that Sunday night? Did y'all go out?
Mm.
Right.
Were you together?
Like, I guess we had planned to, like, hang out or whatever, but, we didn't, so...
What'd you do?
I just stayed in my motel.
What did you do?
I don't know.
Where did he tell you he was going to?
Well, I mean, he said he was just doing his digi thing, which is...
What,
where
Digimon?
he looks around and takes in everything.
Oh, what the hell
That's
that
what
means?
he always tells me. He's like, I do this digi thing where, you know, I always look around and just notice everything and make a mental picture of everything.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I just want to, going back to
Okay.
that earlier thing we were talking about. You didn't realize that someone had gotten killed?
I didn't know what had happened. I mean...
You hadn't seen any news reports about anyone?
No, I really hadn't, and that's why I'm asking you. Can you tell me about who was murdered? Because I don't know.
Wasn't a dealer, I'll tell you that.
So when we dig through your
Okay.
computer, your history is not going to show anything at all.
We'll tell you in a little bit.
Yeah, we'll,
Okay.
I mean, you know,
We'll talk
we already know
about
your
that.
phone won't, because it's some old school
'Cause we
2002
want to know what
freaking
you know
flip
about
phone.
it before we tell you what we know about it.
Okay, I don't know anything about it, because I don't watch the news.
Well, you've
Okay,
told us
an
about
awful
it.
lot about it.
You've told us a lot about it, and that's good. I mean, that's stuff that we wanted to know if you knew about.
Mhm.
Okay, so you've told us a lot about it, and that's why we keep asking you kind of over and over, because you may not think things are important, and they are, and obviously
Yeah.
they are important, right?
Yeah.
This is an important thing.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's going to end up
We're talking
lawering
about
up
work.
by the end of this.
Yeah.
So,
I have a
Shawn,
feeling that he might.
Like, obviously, when we start talking about, like, that we're investigating things that, you know, might be a homicide that Tim's involved in. So we talk about that, and that your name was thrown out there. Obviously, you know, I think you probably connected the dots at that point to know what it was we were talking about. Am I correct there?
Wait, run that by me one more time.
You know, about the point that you learned that Tim had thrown your name out in regards to a murder, and I called you, you know, saying that I was investigating a murder. You probably at that point
Connected the
connected
dots.
the dots back
Yeah.
to that incident right there. Okay. So, can you connect the dots to any other things that now, in retrospect, you think, gosh, that might have been a murder too?
Well, no, because I really, there was never any other situation like that. Like I told him, like, he never approached me about any of these burglaries.
Right.
And we drove by, he did that thing, and he had the sack with the blood on it, and I was just like, what the hell, you know? And I got pissed off, and I was just like too tired, and I just, you know, went back and went to sleep, and I just left, you know? And
You went to sleep and then you left.
You know, he obviously noticed that I wasn't down with it, and then I never was exposed to anything like that again.
Yeah. So, well, here's the thing, and this is why I really want you to rack your brain, okay?
Yeah.
Here's the thing.
This is very important. I mean, honestly, literally your life could depend on it, you know, on making sure we understand what, you know, all of the details of this stuff. So, was there ever another situation where you went at night with Tim and he got out of the car and maybe did a burglary?
No.
Because here's the thing, okay? Because I don't think Tim only did one. I know he didn't do just one burglary, and I don't think he only did one murder. Okay, so obviously, when we do this little cell phone thing that we do, okay, and we find that, you know, we know that you're going to be together on that one. Okay?
Yeah.
Give me an explanation. Now, if your cell phones are together on another one,
That looks bad.
That looks horrible.
Yeah.
Okay, so
It's a little more than bad.
But they aren't.
Okay, I'm just telling you this because you know I've told you this before.
Yeah.
It's almost as if we know
run
something.
This all the time. That people deny stuff because they think it's going to help them when it's really hurting them. You know, because sometimes people will lie thinking it makes them look better and it makes them look worse, and this would be one of them, where it's like, if you're lying to make yourself look better because you don't want to admit you're there when you did another burglary, then it is going to make you look horrible.
Yeah,
if
you know,
you were
I
there when you
understand.
did a burglary.
I'm going to be straight with you.
Okay.
I was leaving out the part about the bloody sack because I didn't want the failure to report thing. You know, I mean, obviously something happened. I didn't say anything about it, and I didn't want, you know, to get caught up in this. You know, that's why I didn't tell you about that the first time.
I don't think the victim wanted to get caught up in this either.
Yeah.
So I think you'd be doing
Right.
somebody a solid favor if you helped out,
Yeah.
rather than trying to keep yourself.
Cover your own ass.
I
Yep.
know. Okay, but I've told you what happened there. Okay. Now, as far as anything else, I can tell you that on that Sunday, I was at the motel alone, and he was off doing whatever he does. And I mean, I'm sure that our cell phones will prove that.
Okay.
I mean, you guys can get the FBI, and you're not going to have any surprises, because I mean, our cell phones may have been together the first time, but they're not going to have been together the second time.
So tell me about. Let me ask you a question. There's a couple of things that we'd like to get your permission to do.
Yeah.
One is that we would like to get a sample of your DNA.
Of course.
Process. We use a little Q-tip to. It's called a buccal swab. That we get a little sample of your DNA. Okay. Would you give us permission to get that so that we can use it in our investigation?
Why is that?
Okay. Well, we use.
He doesn't know that they haven't found DNA at the
part
scene
of our
either.
investigation.
He shouldn't have any problem with it if he didn't do anything.
So we can compare to.
But it's his right to say no.
DNA profiles that we find during the course of our investigation. We're looking at, aspects of the crime scene, and we, obviously thoroughly check it for DNA. The thing about DNA, we check for fingerprints, but DNA is nice because
See, he doesn't know that they
wearing
haven't
gloves
found
like
DNA.
that, you drop
He probably
hairs
assumes that they have, which is why they're asking him.
It can cause you to leave DNA at a crime scene.
It also can be an interrogation tactic. I mean, obviously, they're not going to tell him that they haven't found any DNA, but they just want to gauge how he's going to react to them asking him. And they know that he's going to believe that whichever way that he answers that, no, you can't have my DNA, it's going to look suspicious. And the cops know that he's going to be thinking that. So either way, I mean, it's not really going to be all that helpful to him if there's no DNA at the scene regardless. And they could just be asking just to, for one, gauge his reaction, and two, to also turn up the temperature of the interrogation, because we are almost 2 hours in. So this is probably around the time where they start to ratchet it up, which they have been for like the last, half an hour or so. I mean, it did start pretty casual for a while, and then they started throwing in little stressful questions, like the whole blood on the seat. Are you sure there was no blood on the sack? Are you sure he didn't come out with anything? Nothing at all? Are you sure about that? And of course, little by little, he's like, okay, yeah, he came out with the sack. I don't know, white, maybe a pillowcase. No, it didn't have blood. No, he threw it in the back seat. Oh, well, actually, no, I put it between my legs. No, it didn't have blood. Oh, yeah, I guess now it does have blood. Just a little. Okay, now there's a lot of blood. So it's kind of interesting the direction that it's taken, but I mean, I think it's probably going to get more heated from here now that they're moving on to asking him for DNA evidence and whatnot.
So when that happens, we take a known sample and we compare it to see if it's the same one. So obviously we would use your DNA to see if any of the profiles that we found at the crime scene that we've been looking at would match. Okay, so pretty simple.
And if there's an unknown, we can't explain why it's there.
Yeah.
So like you were in the car. If we find your profile in that car, but we don't know whose it is, we can't explain why it's there.
Yeah.
If we have your sample and we find it in the car, then we're like, well, it's because you were in the car. And you told us you were in the car.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
He's going to say no, isn't he?
not sure how comfortable I am with that.
Because my
that
mom
just
is a
seems
lawyer.
like,
She's a lawyer, you know.
I don't know. I mean, I already feel like Tim's trying to frame me. You know?
Well, this is your opportunity to unframe yourself.
Well,
Whereas
but
the
that's what
opposite
I'm
is actually
saying
true.
Like, okay, you're gonna get my DNA, but what if Tim stole one of my hairs?
Tim's not that smart.
I mean, they're both guilty of this. I mean, according to the story I read, Tim essentially hired him to take care of this murder. So Tim isn't innocent in this at all. Apparently, it was all Tim's idea.
But what I think is that you're concerned that there is going to be something that we find at the crime scene, and that concerns me. Okay, and that's something we need to discuss. Okay, we need to understand if there's an explanation for it.
I wasn't at the crime scenes, but I'm just saying, that part bothers me. But I mean, whatever.
Okay.
So is that a yes?
I mean, if you want to do it or not.
I mean, I kind of don't, just because, I mean, you say he's not a 21st century burglar. I don't know what he's, capable of,
What, that he planted your DNA in there?
Like, I'm telling you the truth. I did not go in. I wasn't with him that Sunday.
Sure.
Okay?
Well, this is our way of understanding, of helping you to prove that,
Yeah.
Obviously, we don't
Yeah,
find
frankly, one way or another, they're going to get your DNA.
Okay. We don't find
Just a matter of if they
helps you.
are going to get the judge involved or not.
And if we don't find your cell phone pinging locations that we're concerned about, then that helps you. Now, if on the other hand, we do find your DNA, or we do find your fingerprints, or we do find your cell phone feed in locations that we're concerned about, such as inside the house of this murder we were discussing, or any other one, then that's going to be a problem, and we need to understand the reasons for that right now.
Well, I mean, like I said, as far as the cell phones, probably the first one we'd be together. The
now,
second,
would it show you going in the house? Because, you know, when we're talking about geolocating, you know, the error is about what, 15 feet? What did you say, Carrie?
I think it's like 7 feet.
Yeah, so seven, 10 feet, something like that. So clearly we'd be able to say inside the house as opposed to outside the house, something like that.
It goes by the signal strength.
Right.
There's thresholds.
So, you know, it's
So-
important we understand. If you're inside the house, there might be a reason for it, and we need to understand, but this is your opportunity, because here's the deal. You're talking about Tim. If Tim can explain the evidence better than you can, who are people going to believe?
yeah.
So and as I said, I'm not a polygraph test. I'm not a human polygraph. I can't look at you and tell if you're lying or not. Okay? All I can do is compare what I know and what you tell me to facts, and say if they line up, if the facts line up, then I'm like, he's telling the truth. If they don't line up, I'm not telling the truth. So it's important that we understand the whole thing, and there might be a very good reason why you were inside one of these places, but we have to understand it. And if we find it on our own, and you're saying that that's not the case, then that's, to me, that's a worst case scenario. You know?
Yeah, dude, we can't believe anything you say.
You know, when people are lying, it's for a reason.
Yeah.
Like, Tim lied about that car. It took us a little while to figure out what car he was driving, because he lied about what car he was driving at the time. But once we figure out what car he was driving, everything became easy after that. That's what led us here today. So we're pretty stumped right up until that moment. Until that moment happened. So it's the same sort of thing, you know. We start to find the things that people say untruths about are the important things. So are the things that they're most worried about. So obviously, if someone's lying about being inside the house, we find out that, oh, well, they were inside the house. Maybe there was a good explanation, but if there wasn't, but if they didn't provide it, then all we can do is think the worst. What they didn't want us to know he's inside the house, because he's the one who went in there and did the killing. So that's the stuff that we need to understand. So
Yeah.
I'm concerned in this case because I feel like we're going to find something that that is inside the house that says this guy was here.
Yeah.
So I need an explanation for that, and not just this case, but there's another one as well. Okay.
Yeah, see, I didn't realize that when I came in, that there was more than one.
Right.
See, Tim mentioned something that his girl caught on to. It was like a double murder. Was there a double murder?
There was double murder, yeah.
Oh, I'm surprised he brought that up.
He was telling me about something he probably did.
Okay, so tell me about what he said.
Yeah, so this double murder that they're talking about, I think I got the names somewhere. If I can find the names, I'll throw them out. But yeah, there was another double murder that happened. I believe it was 9 days before this murder that they're talking about. And yeah, so he brings that up. And the police, they have him named as the prime suspect for those other two murders that occurred. And to this day, they haven't actually charged anybody or him with those murders. Most likely, I'm assuming because he ended up being found guilty for the murder that they're speaking of in this interrogation, and he was found guilty for capital murder, so he's never getting out. So maybe that's why. I don't know. I don't believe that they've actually closed the case. I'm pretty sure they haven't. Nor do I think they really can. I mean, if they're still, if they still suspect somebody who's still alive who committed a murder, I mean, I don't see, how that would be any justice to the family of those who died if they just close the case on it, regardless if he's in there for capital murder or not. So anyway, yeah, so that was interesting, but I'll see if I can find those other two names. Um, oh, here it is. Billy and Sydney Shelton. Those are the other two. That's the double murder that they're speaking of. And let me just check here. And Kathy Blair, she is the woman who he's being interrogated over. She was a music teacher from Austin who was murdered, and that's why he's in the hot seat in this video. But I thought that was interesting that he actually brought up those other two murders because the police believe that it was this guy. That's the guy who killed the other two. At least that's what they believe, even though that they haven't actually convicted him of that. That's kind of where they stand on it.
Well, he said that it was like an old couple near a school.
Okay.
And he said that it was like trending on Facebook or whatever. That's all. And he said that his girl wanted to go to the funeral.
What did he say about how these people got killed?
Nothing. He said they didn't release any details.
Okay. So based on that, there's not really any reason for me to think that he would have been involved in the murder. That seems
Well,
like
I didn't think he was.
Right.
Because he brought it up like it was news.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that to me, that's not, that in itself is not something I would, think that means the person killed anyone.
Yeah.
So do you know where that one happened at?
No.
It happened on a street called.
Okay. I mean, I don't pay attention to street signs real well.
Okay. So it's in central Austin.
Okay.
And like you said, it's across from the school.
Okay.
Have you ever been to a house like that?
Yeah, it's interesting how you would know that.
Okay.
Being somebody who doesn't watch the news and all.
This is the key right here.
Yeah.
The absolute key. You ever been inside that house before? I mean, maybe for a legitimate reason. Maybe you know someone or we're delivering something.
Mm-mm.
And you never sat outside while or near a residence like that in your car while Tim went off.
No.
Something. No.
I'm telling you that the only time something like that happened was the first time.
Okay.
And after that, Tim never did anything like that again with me around.
Okay. So let's go back and talk about this first thing again because I was talking about my concern that there's going to be some evidence showing you're inside the house. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, and there may be an explanation. Maybe Tim's like, "Help me get this. Help me do this." I don't know. I don't know what the explanation would be. But we, just like anything else, we need to hear it right now, and not once that information we develop that information.
Well, I mean, I wasn't in the house.
And my understanding is that they didn't find
if you're
evidence
about the fact that I don't want to
at the crime scene, apparently.
Kind of weird about that kind of thing.
Maybe that's why they brought up the whole gloves thing, maybe.
I've heard that the stuff's iffy,
But see, he doesn't know
and
that.
On top of that, it's like, you say Tim's too stupid to take one of my hairs, but,
Oh, come on. Tim's going to be planting evidence.
Dumb.
Give me a break, dude.
I mean, if he told me to go drive around, right? That sounds like he was doing something while I had no alibi. Doesn't it?
So, I don't understand.
Well, they're going to check your phone, dude. See where it's been pinging.
Our new understanding of what happened. Let's go back to you arriving at the hotel, Tim's Hotel.
Mm-hmm.
What happened what time did you arrive at Tim's Hotel? and we're talking about on the 5th.
Why are these guys staying in hotels anyway?
At like 11 or 12.
It's kind of weird. I thought he said he went to college around this area.
He met me in the parking lot. He did that thing where he was like, "Oh, it's just you?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Okay." And then he's like, "Aren't you going to be cold in that?" So I changed my pants and, you know, took the stuff out of my pockets, went to his car, found his wallet, got in his car, started talking, went to...
Now, I would say it's awful convenient for him to have extra changes of clothes in his car. He just happens to have all that with him. But he did say that he's staying in a motel. So, I mean, I don't think that's too suspicious, in my opinion. I mean, he probably had the clothes with him because he probably had supplies and he was planning on being prepared for killing somebody. However, this whole story with him staying in a motel, I mean, I don't think it's, you know, too out of the ordinary under that circumstance that he might have some clothes in the car, but I don't know. That's just me.
On the window, came back, told me to get lost, drive around a bit, came back around 4-ish. We, like, drove around a bit, and then that happened, and then we, like, I just, you know, passed out.
So, is it possible that we would only see your cell phone over at the scene of this, what you just drew?
Yeah, that's possible.
Why?
Because, wait, oh, you're saying only mine and not his?
Right.
I don't think so.
Okay.
No. I thought you were saying only only there and not on the other occasion.
Okay. So so he got out of the car, and how long was it after he got out of the car that you got out of the car?
Like 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay. So 2 or 3 minutes later, you go down, and where did you walk?
I just walked down to the corner, glanced at the house, didn't see him there, and then walked back.
You didn't go past the corner. You didn't actually walk on the street itself.
Well, I walked up to the street and looked at the house.
But did you walk down the street though?
Did you turn the corner?
Barely.
Okay.
Just barely.
Did you
and
walk
then
down to the as far
corner
as the
and then
house?
walked kind of like on the other side of the street in front of the house to look at the house.
Okay.
And I think I may have like called him to figure out what the hell he was doing.
And did he answer?
Yeah, I think he said like just a minute or something like that. So I went back to the car. I mean, that's all I really remember.
Okay. So you walked down. So how far down did you walk? You just stood there across the street from the house. And yeah, can you show on there?
Yeah, like, you know, I got out of the car here in the passenger seat and walked out, and then just went. Like,
Can you just make an X right there and indicate where you were standing?
I guess I was standing here-ish.
Okay.
You know, looking at the house.
And so, how long did you stand there? So did you call him while you were standing there?
Yeah.
Okay. So you called him, he answered.
Said like, just a minute or something.
Okay.
And then I was like, alright, and I just walked back to the car.
You sure you walked back right at that point? You didn't stay there until it came out?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you left, which way did you leave?
You mean which way did I walk back to the car?
No. When you guys got back, what direction was your car pointing on that street where it was parked?
This direction.
Okay. Can you just indicate that on there? Okay. So when you drove off, which way did you go?
I guess we went this way. I don't remember it clearly.
Okay. Did you go back by the house?
I don't think so.
Okay. Did you, so the car didn't go back over to the house. He walked back over, got in, and then he drove off.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I think, and Carrie, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that any reasonable person who looks at that
Mm-hmm.
says that you went there and you stood lookout while he committed the burglary.
That's what I thought. That he was being the
Any reasonable
lookout.
person would do that. You even changed your clothes into long sleeve, long pants. Okay. Before you did it, what were you wearing?
But he wasn't, though, because
White
we
pants.
know, thanks to hindsight, that
What color pants?
he was the one who killed her.
I want to say khaki.
But the story that he's giving paints a picture that he was a lookout.
No,
Different jacket.
I wasn't wearing a jacket.
Okay. What kind of shirt were you wearing?
Long sleeve.
Okay. So, you call him or he calls you, says, "Let's go. Someone's coming."
I wasn't standing lookout. I just.
I'm just saying what it looks like.
Okay.
I mean, I know you're saying that. I understand you saying that.
But I mean, he just stopped there, said something, got out, and I got out because I'm fidgety, and I went over there and called him and walked back. I didn't stay there. I went back. I wasn't standing lookout. I didn't know he was doing anything until he came back to the car.
You didn't hear anything?
Mm-mm. Telling you, he never asked me to be involved in any of this crap. I just was there.
I mean, I find that odd. I mean, the reason I find that odd is because, like I said, we've talked to a lot of other people, and the people we've talked to, it's a really common pattern. He comes up to them and says, "Hey, I got this thing I'm going to do," and they either send that person in, or they say, "You wait, I'll go in and do it," or they go in together. That's his common history and pattern since 1993. I don't think he's changed that any.
Since 1993, damn.
We know that that's still his pattern today because we talk to other people who are telling us that this is what he does. This is what he's doing all the time. He's recruiting people to come help him with these burglars. Okay, I get it. I get it. You weren't in for a murder. Okay, but you were in for a burglary. Okay, I mean, I get it. I totally get it. I think people understand that. Okay, it's not.
And look, if he admits to that okay, I was there to help him, then they've got something to arrest him on. I'm assuming, because they could get him accessory to burglary. I'm assuming that could be a chargeable offense. I'm assuming it would be. I mean, if he's standing lookout while somebody's committing a burglary, I mean, they would surely be able to arrest him for that at least. I mean, if they're convinced, which from what I read, I don't believe that they were convinced at this point. I mean, they might be by now that he was the killer, or at least had something to do with it. But when they started the interview, supposedly they just saw him as a witness, that he just happened to be around. But he may or may not have had in detailed knowledge as to what was going on. But as the conversation progresses, I mean, it's obvious that he knows a lot more, and they keep fishing more information out of him as it goes along. But I'm wondering if he admits to that, this whole like, yeah, I was helping him with a burglary, then that'd be something they could arrest him on. But with his mother being a lawyer and all, I mean, you think that he would answer the next series of questions quite carefully, or he would just shut down and say, I want a lawyer if they keep heading down that path. But I don't know. We'll see.
You know, the important thing that we're trying to figure out is the murder, okay? The murder is what is the important thing, okay? I'm not saying, I haven't said yet. I mean, since this whole time, from our first conversation, I told you, I don't think you're murder, okay?
Yeah.
I think, and, but
Well,
Yeah,
I'm
I
not. I
can't.
mean, I used to
if they
raise
said they
rabbits
did
for
think he was a
food, but
murderer,
was
that's
still
when he would
haunted by
definitely shut
one that
down.
didn't die fast enough.
So, of course, they want to keep him talking.
So
So they're not going to
absolutely.
start hanging a murder over his head at this point.
Okay, so understand that, okay? But just because I don't think you're a murderer doesn't mean that I think you're sane, okay?
Yeah.
Doesn't mean I don't think that you would have gone in with Parlin to do this if you thought that he was robbing a dealer, you know what I mean? How is that?
Well, he told me that he was casing it or something, and I was all right with being there for him casing it, you know, but he told me that on the spot, and I didn't agree to be part of anything, you know. He just did.
Yeah, but you knew there was a crime that was occurring, and you didn't call authorities.
So the other thing that we
They might be able to get him as an accessory just by having knowledge and being there.
is, we would like your consent to download the contents of your telephone, okay? Is that something you would be willing to give us consent for?
Yeah, are you?
Take just a few minutes, and or we do it while we're here, and you get the phone back.
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay.
Well, he was
and
reluctant.
let's do that, okay? And so we
You
can
think if he
get-
did nothing wrong, he'd be like, absolutely, take it.
Like I said, we can do it here. It won't. It'll only take a few minutes to have someone who'll come in and download it for us. Okay.
All right.
So.
And what does that accomplish?
Well, we do that every time we have a situation. We do it with Parlin's phone. We do it with everyone's phone that we run into. Anytime we get it.
And what do you get out of that, though, is what I'm asking.
Well, what we get out of it is the contents, you know, obviously photographs and
Call
text, call logs, text messages, things that we, you know, might or might not get with other stuff that's on the phone.
Yeah.
So.
Well, y'all are welcome to my phone. I mean, I haven't, you know, been doing anything untoward with it.
Sure.
I'm telling you, I didn't, you know, he didn't convince me to go in with any of this burglary crap. I know better than to get involved with his friends. He just dragged me out there, and this happened.
Were you pretty upset that he got you into this deal?
I was, but at the same time, I still needed him as a, you know, eyes and ears for them. And, you know, I don't know. The whole thing has just been extremely stressful.
Right.
But I never signed on for burglaries, and certainly didn't sign on for murder.
Well, certainly, at the time that this happened, when this happened, I mean, based on what you said, there's a lot of blood on that pillow case, right? There's a lot of blood on Tim. And you had to figure that if someone wasn't dead, they were seriously injured. And you even said just now, I'm scared because if I, you know, for not reporting, okay, for not reporting a crime. Okay, so basically.
Yeah, you know this is the wrong thing to do.
Tim had gone in and seriously injured or even killed someone, okay, inside that house. And even after that, you continue to go visit him and be pals with him, okay? So the reason I bring that up is simply that when people who make the decisions, and we don't make the final decisions, okay? People who make the final decisions are the district attorney, juries, judges, you know, all those kind of people, way above our pay grade. Those people make those decisions based on the information you provide them. I hand over all the statements of everyone, all the results of my investigation, and they go from there. And they have to make their own decisions based on what they saw. So, here's the problem, okay? Here's my concern is that if they look at that, they're going to say, not only were, I mean, not only were you down for a burglary, but you obviously were down for a robbery or a murder, whatever it was that happened to that person inside that house, or else you wouldn't have anything to do with Tim Gant. That's one conclusion of the evidence that they have to look at. Okay, so when you're telling me stuff like that, you know, it's you know, like I said, you know, it's important that when you talk to us, and I think, you know, you're doing well. You're getting us towards the truth. Okay, but I don't think we're already you know, all the way there. You know, we need to understand what it is that and the reasons why. And I understand that, you know, what you don't want people thinking about you is that you and Tim plan to go in and kill someone and take that person's stuff. Okay? That's not what you want people to think. Okay? What you want people to understand is that that's not what you were in for. Okay? Even if it was that you were in for burglary. Okay?
Well, look, I'm afraid of the guy. The guy has connections. The guy's a killer. Okay?
How do you know he's a killer?
I mean, after that happened, you know, he kept making plans like we were going to keep up like it was going, and I just went along with it because I didn't want to piss him off.
So how did you go along with it?
Well, I just kept showing up to, you know, Austin and, you know, meeting with him for the living arrangement type of thing. But we didn't do anything else like that. Again. Like, I told him, like, I guess, I don't know if he wanted, like, to keep an eye on me or see that I wasn't going to tell anybody.
Right.
Or something.
So one of the things that obviously we look at, and we talk about it, text on your phone.
Yeah.
Text on Tim's phone, and other people's phones of people we've dealt with, and information from other people that we have. Okay, when we take all that together, and based on that information, and when I talk about texts, I'm talking about, you know, even deleted text, because, you know, all that stuff can be recovered. So we're looking, you know, so you know, both your phone, both on Tim's phone. So when we look at those, when we review those texts, and we look at those, we start to see the conversation you had between each other. Okay, emails, everything else. Okay, that we have access to. We look at those things, and we realize, and we start talking to people about things that they heard, or things that they know, and they start telling us, or all of that, when we start putting that together, all of that clearly indicates, you know, all that clearly indicates that y'all had planned to do a burglary together. And what you're doing is you're leaving it in the hands of someone else, district attorney, grand jury, someone, to make that really small connection between he lied about that he was doing that he was in for the burglary, and he stayed with them even after he knew it was murder. Okay, or at least that someone got seriously injured.
And you're leaving it in the hands of Tim, because we're gonna go talk to him again.
Okay, but the thing is, I'm telling you, I wasn't down for a burglary, and after that, I was scared of the guy, and, you know, I just kept playing nice with him just because he was obviously trying to make sure I wasn't going to say anything.
Are there going to be any texts on your phone, his phone, anywhere, that are going to indicate to us that y'all were planning burglaries?
No.
Whether this one or
absolutely not.
Okay.
He never approached me for that. He did this thing without my consent, and then, you know, like I said, you know, we had these plans, and then like I said, I'm scared of the guy. I'm glad he's behind bars.
Right.
You know, the guy has, you know, as I understand it, the guy has connections. He can have people killed.
Right.
you know, so I witnessed something, and you know, he made it clear that, you know, he didn't want me to say anything.
Why do you think he can have people killed?
Well, because I mean, just the general word around his family or him is that he's connected with, you know, a network of, you know, like the mafia or something.
Really?
How did he make it clear to you that he didn't want you to say anything?
Well, I mean, he just basically said like, well, you know, just keep quiet about this, but he said it very pointedly.
How?
Yeah, I was to say how.
Keep quiet about this, like real tersely, like keep quiet about this. And then he was like, and you're gonna be back
Yeah,
next
okay.
weekend, right? You know, and I was just like, yeah, you know. And the thing is, you know, he says he can read people's texts and stuff. He says he's been going through texts. And so, like, I mean, I didn't, I just continued to play nice with him because I didn't want to get freaking killed. Okay, but I didn't go in for any burglary, and
Did
I
he
wasn't
threaten
with
to kill
him
you?
for any more of these things.
And you weren't inside Kathy Blair's house.
Kathy,
That's the name of the person who died
okay,
that night.
no, I wasn't.
Let me remind you, we want your DNA.
Well, no, for a fact. Within a couple days. Okay, so, or well, within a week when we get your stuff back, the FBI stuff back on your phone. Okay. So that is something that's of, you know, of special concern. So that's what we call a fact that is indisputable. Okay, so we need to make sure we address that. If you're there, if you're in there, we need to know it. We need to know it now. We need to know why. Okay.
I wasn't.
Okay. So what happened to the stuff after he came back out?
I don't know. I don't know what he did with it. I didn't want to know.
Oh, the stuff.
Did he give you any of it?
Mm-mm.
You know, if he sold it.
So, what do you remember about the stuff you saw?
Strings.
What
That's
else
all I saw.
besides jewelry?
I thought there were trinkets too.
All I saw was jewelry. I just took a glance at it, and I mean, that was it.
So,
Do you remember what any of the pieces of jewelry looked like?
Looked like gold and diamond rings. I mean, I don't know anything about jewelry. I don't wear it.
Any watches, necklaces?
I don't think so. No. I didn't get a good look. All I saw was rings.
did he give any of those items to you?
I told you he didn't. I don't have anything. I mean, you can, like, search my house for, you know,
All right, we'll take that too.
stuff you think he gave me. He didn't give me anything.
Would you give us permission to search your house?
Thank you.
I guess, sure. You know,
I guess.
'cause, I mean, I don't have anything, you know, incriminating.
Let me just back up on a couple of things. So when you guys got back to the room, you said he took a shower.
Yeah.
What did he do with his clothes before he took a shower?
You see, bagged him up.
In what?
What?
Like a little, like a shopping bag or something like that, like a paper bag with the handles. Yeah.
And then what did he do with them?
I don't know, because I just went to sleep.
Well, where was the bag when you woke up?
It was gone.
What all did he put in the bag?
Just all his clothes.
You said he was wearing a jacket earlier. Did the jacket go in the bag?
I'm not sure if the jacket did.
You said he was wearing dark pants. The pants were in the bag?
Yeah.
Did you see a shirt go in the bag?
I think so, yeah.
Did you see any gloves go in the bag?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
You saw gloves go in the bag? Because earlier you said his hands were bloody. So was he wearing gloves or did he have bloody hands?
Well, he had bloody hands, but what I'm saying is that I did see gloves go into the bag.
What kind of gloves?
They looked like, automotive technician gloves or something.
The hell does that mean? Latex?
Okay.
I mean, that's what they do. They wear latex gloves.
I want to say like black and blue.
And what made you think?
Oh, is he talking about the color?
Well, because I work in an auto parts store and they were like thin and had like rubber grippy thingies, I think.
Okay. Did you see shoes go into the bag?
I'm not sure.
And the jewelry? What did he do with the jewelry?
You know, I said he left it in the car, and I don't know what he did with it. I fell asleep.
Did you watch everything that he put into the bag? I mean, you saw everything that he kept putting in the bag?
I saw him stripping and putting his clothes in the bag, and I wasn't watching too closely. I was tired, and I was just confused, scared, everything, and like I said, I saw him put gloves in the bag. I saw him put his shirt and pants in the bag.
Okay. You see him put a weapon in the bag?
I didn't see him put a weapon in the bag. But he may have. I mean, I didn't watch the whole thing. I mean, the weapon could have been in the pants, you know? Right? Is that not a...
Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't watching him like a hawk.
Yeah, but every time they ask, you seem to give out a little more information, though. At least it would seem.
So,
Do you know what? Do you know what he did with the jewelry, like later on?
I have no idea.
I mean, do you think he still has it?
He may. He may have a cache somewhere.
Where does he have a cache?
Well, I mean, he wouldn't have told me that. He just seems like the kind of guy who would squirrel something away somewhere away from his apartment or, you know, hotel.
So what do you get out of this whole thing?
I didn't get anything out of it because I wasn't promised anything. I didn't want anything to do with it. What I got out of it was not getting killed.
Okay. And you were scared, I guess, for your safety? Is that what
Yeah. I mean, when he throws me a bloody sack when he said he was just going to go look at a house, I was okay with him casing a house, you know, that some drug dealers, you know, who ripped somebody off, and we're not going to do anything now.
So, let me ask you a question. So why is it again that you went with him? Because you wanted to have you killed in Galveston, was that it? Is that why you kept coming back to visit him?
Well, there's two reasons. I mean, I needed info from him, and I figured playing nice with him would keep him placated.
Mm-hmm.
Because he seemed like he was worried about me, you know, telling, because I was upset about what happened.
Sure. So,
well, and I was more worried about my nephew. You know, I mean, like...
So you were more worried about him than getting involved in another murder?
Well, but I didn't get involved in another murder.
Okay, but you could have, right?
Well...
Didn't you say you were driving around again with him? You're doing the exact same thing?
Well, yeah, but, I mean, he never did that again, though. And, I mean, I told him that...
Hold on. Did you and he discuss, before the first one, that he was going to go in and do a burglary?
No.
Okay. You just got in the car with him, and you drove around, and he stopped, and for all you know, he killed somebody, right?
Yeah.
And then you got in the car with him, you just told me, after that, you got in the car with him, and y'all drove around again to do the same thing. He could have stopped at any point along the line, gotten out, and done the same thing again. So I don't understand exactly what it is that you're trying to say. It sounds to me like what you're saying is that you really weren't that bothered by what was going on.
Well, I was, but it's just
But
that
not bothered enough.
It was like you
to
knew a little more than what
avoid
you're
being in
telling
the
us.
situation, and
So you
not
knew
enough
exactly
to
what was going on.
avoid putting yourself in the exact same situation again. So you couldn't have been that offended by the fact that the guy had done a murder.
well, I was, but I was worried. You know, he.
Oh, that
like
he'd
I
kill
said,
you?
He was obviously telling me. You know, he was concerned that I was going to tell.
And what did he say? I mean, how did you express that concern?
It's just like, don't say anything. You better not say anything about this. You're not going to say anything about this. That kind of shit. And it's just like, the guy scares me. And so, you know, I told him, like, you know, I'm not going to be involved with anything like that again. You know, and he said, all right. But he's like, don't, you know, tell anybody. And I was like, fine, whatever, you know. But I wasn't involved in anything like that again. He didn't stop.
Okay, but he could have, Brian. I mean, you basically put yourself in the exact same situation you did before. So that right there.
But see, if that had happened again, I would have just gotten out and walked away.
Uh-huh.
But wouldn't you be afraid that he would have killed you?
Well,
Right,
but
right.
that's...
I mean, I'm just confused, and I'm trying to unconfuse myself. I'm really confused.
Well,
Let's see if he changes his story then. Now that he's gonna maybe tell it again.
I wasn't going to let it happen again, but I didn't want my family in jeopardy.
Okay.
Well, then how are you not
So,
gonna let it
you
happen
didn't want
again
your family
then?
in jeopardy.
You're so afraid he was gonna kill you.
You were willing to go with him, and even if it meant another murder.
No. I
Right.
mean, I just showed up and socialized with him, right?
Well, but you said this earlier. You went out driving with him again.
Yeah, but I mean, he takes circuitous routes. I mean, he's not necessarily casing places.
But he wasn't necessarily casing places when you went with him, right? Because you said no one was as surprised as I that he went and did a burglary until, you know, he got there and did it.
Well, it's true, but
So you see where people are going to have problems with the story?
yeah, I do. But I mean,
And
I don't
get
know.
it.
What would you have done?
Well, I get it that you. I mean, I totally understand that you have fear of this guy. I mean, I totally understand you had fear of this guy before even the first murder happened, because this guy is a scary dude. He's been in prison. I met him. He's a big guy. He's a glib talker. You know, he doesn't with me, of course, because you know he's a choir boy. With everyone else, he talks about, you know, people he's killed, and you know that he was in jail for trying to kill a cop, and you know all this stuff. This is all the stuff that he's telling people. Okay, so at the same time he's offering
Yeah, it makes me wonder how true that really is.
an opportunity, an out for a situation that you're in. With
You could be
yourself,
stretching the
personally,
truth a little
your
there.
sister and your family, and so I totally get it. I think people get it, and we understand why it was that this why it was, you know, that you would be drawn in by this guy, why you would have to, or you know, feel compelled to go along with this harebrained schemes that he's doing. I get it, you know.
But I wasn't going along with the schemes. I told him I wasn't going to go along
But
with
you
the
did
schemes.
go along with the schemes.
But you did though, yeah.
Right? Because you knew that he had killed somebody in that house. You knew that he had killed somebody in that house.
Yeah, the bloody sack.
You went along with it. You went along with it.
You didn't
Because
report it to
here we
anybody.
are, a month and something later, and this is the first time you've talked to the police about it, okay? So
Yeah,
you
it's because
did
we had
go
to pull
along.
that information
You
out of you.
keep going along with it if I had not called you on the telephone today, okay? So I don't want to hear any more about I didn't go along with anything. Okay, you went along.
Yeah, you're
that you go
culpable
along,
at a minimum.
You were up for it a couple more times because you said you went back and met with him a couple more times. You went out driving with him again. Okay, and I would not be surprised if your cell phone pings at the location of another murder. Okay, that's not going to surprise
that's
me
bold.
one little bit.
It's
okay?
not going to.
Okay, so, but at any rate,
Yeah, definitely turning up the heat
you were
now.
there on that one. Okay, and here we are. This many days afterwards, weeks and weeks after the event happens, and you're trying to tell me, I'm not down for that. I don't appreciate that. I don't, that's not what I'm doing. But that's not, your words are saying that, but your actions aren't saying that. So you're going to have to, you're going to have to help us to understand how that is, because that's a
Like, I don't have to do anything.
between your words and between your actions.
I felt he just wanted to keep an eye on me and make sure that I wasn't going to talk. That's all.
So you've been
I
around
was
him every
not
single day
down
since.
for further anything.
Okay.
And I mean, how long is that supposed to go on for? What, he's just going to constantly keep an eye on you, keep you with him 24 hours a day for what, the rest of your life? Just to make sure that you're not going to talk?
So you're not down. I mean, and this is what confuses me. Okay, so you want me to believe, and I'm trying to believe you. I really am. I mean, I walked in here today, wanting to clear you, and I still do. I want to clear your name of murder. Okay, that's what I want to do. But that's the only thing that I really need to clear your name from. You know what I mean? If you did other stuff, you did other stuff. Okay, but I'm trying to figure out what the murder is. See, when we deal, because in the end, it all comes out in the wash, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're here for a reason. We didn't pick your name out of a hat. Obviously, we found you, found Tim, found the car, we found other evidence. We have lots of stuff, and evidence continues to roll in. So by the time all of this is done, it's all out there. Okay, and so in the end, when people have to make decisions about what is going to happen, okay, and if they come to the determination that, hey, he was involved in the burglary, he knew going in, they were going to go rob the dealer, okay, that's cool, okay. If you were in for that, if that's
Dude
that's
looks
what
passed
the
out.
investigation shows, that's how things went down, okay? And there's still murky areas, right? Because here's the thing, it wasn't was killed. Okay?
I mean, if
It's a
he's nervous,
50-something-year-old
he's good at hiding it.
killed, all right? A beloved person. There were hundreds of people at her funeral, okay? So I'm just telling you right now, you don't want people to think
Wake up, dude.
that you went out there with intent that she be killed, okay? And I think people understand, because it happens all the time, that somebody, goes out and, they're planning, Tim's a burglar. We all know Tim's a burglar.
Yeah.
The guy's out and he's trying to suck everybody else in. That's what happened in 1993. He sucked some kid in. That kid could have still been in prison today for capital murder. Had he not come and explained the circumstances of what, and he didn't say he didn't do anything, okay? This kid wasn't trying to make the cops believe he didn't do anything. He said, yeah, hell yeah, I was in for a burglary. I was even carrying a loaded gun. I wasn't in for killing a cop. I wasn't in for killing anybody who came from the door. That's Tim, So, okay, if you thought that this was going to be a dealer, or someone who ripped off a friend of yours, getting a little payback on, that's different. then some
Yeah,
people
but
think
what
that,
you have to understand is he didn't even say that they were going to do anything, that we were going to do anything that night.
okay, but
He was just going to look at it.
right, but you were gonna do something, right?
I wasn't going to be involved in it at all.
Okay, so
He just said, I'm going to make a stop and look at this place.
okay, you know, and here's the deal, right? If that holds up, if our investigation shows that that is the case,
Yeah.
okay, then hey, you know, I think you're doing pretty good, okay. The problem is, if our investigation doesn't show that, you are fucked, dude. I mean, you're beyond belief.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a capital crime.
Yep.
Right? And this is the type of capital crime that they actually carry out capital punishment on. Okay? So
Death.
you want to be as
Death penalty.
fucking far away
Although
from
not 100%
what
sure at the
happened
moment if
to
he actually
that
got
woman
the death
as
penalty.
possible.
He was
And I
found guilty for
understand
capital murder.
that you want to be as far away from the whole thing as you can get. That's where we started off, right? I don't even know what you're talking about. Oh, I wasn't there. You know, we built to this point, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And like I said about swimming across the lake, if you're 98% across the lake, you're not all the way across, okay? If you're at 98% and they realize that 2% of what you said is bullshit, then they're going to assume the other important elements of what you said is bullshit as well,
Mhm.
okay? So that's why I'm saying if that is not true, what you're saying, okay, that is not true of what you're saying, that you thought you were in for a burglary, all right, then you're inviting people to then assume.
Okay, sorry to pause, but so Shawn, this guy here, he was not sentenced to death. He was convicted of capital murder for the killing of Kathy Blair in December 2014 and received an automatic sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole. The state did not seek the death penalty in his case.
That you were in for a murder, especially.
I understand.
Especially after you go back with this guy.
Perhaps maybe they believe in the future they might be able to put those other two murders on him, and maybe they'll seek the death penalty for those. I mean, that's possible.
Not the behavior of a person whose conscience is shot by what his partner did. Okay, so.
But he's not my partner.
But here's the thing: the only way
He
we
kind
need
of
to
is.
get to that
You're with him.
is to show that you knew that it was a burglary. Okay, because they'll assume the rest now. And then.
But why do I have to have known it was a burglary?
Because you saw that he came out with something. Jewelry.
If you knew it was a burglary, we're going to know that you knew that because it's going to come out. It's going to come out based on evidence that we have from the people we talk to. It's going to come back from texts, emails, any number of things.
Okay.
Different things. So what I'm saying is the truth is going to be out there. Okay.
Okay.
This truth is going to be known about whether or not you knew it was a burglary. Now, maybe the truth will be known about whether or not you knew it was murder. That may be too. But if it just gets down to that, the truth is that you knew it was a burglary, then people, again, that goes back to, it's important about what people are lying about. So if you're lying about that, people ask themselves, what else is he lying about? If that's what happened, and you say, hey, that's what happened, I knew that's what happened. Okay, yeah, and you know the law. That makes you a party to the crime, okay? You know that, and so that's a complete, so I completely understand why you would want to leave that part out. That's a common thing. And the problem is that a lot of times in these cases we eventually figure out what it is. And then you're gambling everything on that one lie. Because all that lie is just trying to avoid responsibility, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And if you did something wrong, there's going to be some responsibility. But what that responsibility is, what the consequences are for actions, has a whole range of possibilities, okay? From a minimum to a maximum. And you want to be as close to the minimum as possible. You want to be as close to zero as possible, okay? But as soon as they think you're lying, then they're going to lean towards maximum. So I'm just telling you that. I'm just telling you that because I'll tell you I don't know the truth on that right now.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know what the truth is on that. only you know what the truth is on that.
Yeah.
Well, the
And
detectives, they
you're-
don't have the
and-
power of
and
prosecution
you're gonna
either. That's up
rely
to the
on
state
whether,
attorney or district attorney.
on what I know or what I'm going to be able to figure out. I would say you're going to be on the losing end of that because I'm actually.
I mean, he does have experience.
Okay. Well, I mean, you're gonna download my phone, right? So
Download your phone and download Tim's phone.
yeah,
Lots of stuff.
have fun. I mean, there's nothing that should be in there that should suggest that we planned any burglaries.
Is that your only phone, or do you got a burner phone too?
You want to grab a consent form?
I mean, it's 2015.
Car? I didn't bring my.
And most people have smartphones by then,
You want some
especially
water?
if your parents are
Yeah.
freaking lawyers.
We need some more water. Need a restroom break or anything?
No.
But maybe not.
Just
Maybe
hang
he's
out.
not a cell phone guy or a smartphone guy, I guess.
Okay. So, when we were taking a break, I was thinking through my mind different possible scenarios that we have to
Yeah.
consider, right? So that because our goal is to do what we can to
Yeah.
try to resolve this.
Look, I didn't kill these people.
Okay. So, but that brings me to a thing. Okay.
Okay.
So we have to prove things. Okay.
Yeah, I
So
understand.
one thing
but-
is, one thing we have to consider is that it was Tim that stayed in the car while you went inside the house. Okay. So that's something that is a possibility. Okay.
Yeah.
So that we have to take into account. So, so help me, okay, think of ways that I can, prove that that's not the case. What are some of the things that I can look at to?
I mean, the blood was on your seat after all.
That's not the way it went down.
Well, I don't know. I mean, like what?
Well, I guess the cell phone would be one, right?
Yeah.
So if your cell phone shows you inside the house, and not Tim or you and Tim. then
I
that
don't
would
think
be
cell phones are that
something
accurate.
That would,
The pinging, it'll put him in the neighborhood, but
the case.
I don't think it'll track
Anything
as
else?
accurately as him being in the house or in the car out front.
So we look for things inside the house, okay? Trace
But
evidence,
he might
we
not
talked
know
about
that.
DNA. Also, fingerprints is a thing as well. We like to get fingerprints from you, a full set of prints so that we can use that for comparison purposes and any prints that we find in the house.
Okay.
Would you be okay with that?
It's fun.
Yeah, he definitely wore gloves.
So, and also,
Not worried about fingerprints, but kind of worried about DNA.
Tell the possible thing. So one thing I want you to understand, okay? I know you're tired. I know you've been through a lot. Okay, we're tired too. But I want you to understand this interview is really more important to you than it is to us.
Yeah.
Okay. Because this interview is your opportunity to show that you didn't kill anyone, okay? So I guess my question straight up would be, were you the one that went inside the house and Tim stayed in the car?
No.
And did you go into the house at all?
No.
At any time? Okay.
Then why are you hesitating on your
So
DNA?
We'd like to get a sort of full, we've been through it, we want to make sure, because this might jog some memories to help us, is to go back through the events of that night. At what point did you want to start, Carrie?
Part where he got to Austin
Okay.
and then changed clothes and
Yeah, let's go through all again and make sure we understand how things went down, okay? Because like I said, this is important, because everything we say,
See if he gives the exact same story again, or if he changes it.
we want to make sure that that we're getting a good timeline of things that happen.
Yeah. Best possible thing for you to do is to give us a detailed account of how it happened when you got there, all the way through the story, so that we understand it, the best that we can understand it.
Yeah.
We don't have, you're going to help get rid of questions that we might have.
Okay.
So.
Well, I mean, I feel like I've already been through it.
Well, we've kind of jumped back and forth in some of these.
Yeah, so you want to start when I got there. I mean, you
want to make sure it's consistent.
Got there 11 or 12.
Where had you been? Did you drive straight in from Galveston?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, and then met him in the parking lot, and he asked me if I was going to be cold in the shorts, and I said, yeah, probably.
Was anyone else present?
No.
For that? Okay.
Why was he asking you if you're going to be cold in the shorts?
Why is he concerned about that at all?
Did you guys already have an idea of something?
Why does he give a crap if you're cold or not?
Okay.
I keep telling you, like, I wasn't.
Y'all in a relationship or something?
Like, and I'm sticking to that.
Okay.
I mean,
Go ahead.
it's the truth.
Well, okay, but when you say you weren't planning to do anything, you weren't planning. You're saying you're not planning to commit a burglary, but you must have been planning to do something. I mean, even if it's just drive around, right?
Well,
You must have had some plans. But plans.
The thing is, I came in to visit, but when I found out was at Dylan's, I realized I couldn't stay there, so I called him and went over to his place, and he said his girl was there, so I couldn't come in.
So let's back up. So we're already kind of off time. So let's back so you did go somewhere in Austin before you went to
No, I didn't go anywhere because the thing is, over the phone I found out that was there.
I got it. Okay.
And so.
And so then once you figured that out, you called Tim.
Yeah.
And then you proceeded over to his place.
Yes.
When you got there, around, what time was that again? 11,
like 11 or 12.
11, 12. At that point, you called him again to tell him come on down, or did you knock on the door?
Yeah, I called him to come out.
Okay. So he came out and he met you in the parking lot. Right? Okay. And tell me again the conversation you had in the parking lot.
I mean, he just said, "Are you gonna be cold in those shorts?" And I was like, "Probably so." So I changed into pants.
Whose pants? Your pants?
My pants. I had a bag in my car. I changed in my car and got all my stuff in my hands. And as I was fumbling with all that, I went to go get one of my things, whatever it was, and I found his wallet underneath the seat. And that's when we decided to go to his place, knock on the window, and he didn't answer. And I guess it got to him later. And we came back, and he said, go drive around a bit. And later on, we met up. He said his girl had gone to work, and we were driving around. And then the whole thing happened, and I stayed in the car.
So let me just back up for a second, because I just want some clarity. Before y'all got in the car, before y'all left, you had a conversation, and obviously you had made a decision to do something. What was that? Did you just both get in the car and he started driving wordlessly, or was there some, okay, let's go do this?
Yeah, I mean, he said he was going to just go gas up and get, drinks and stuff.
Okay.
And, I mean, every time he says that, it just turns into a ramble,
Okay. So he said, let's gas up and go drink. How long do you think you told you spent in that parking lot right there?
You talking about the parking lot in town? Which time? The first time or the second time?
When you arrived there first time.
The first time. Probably not long. Probably like 10 or 15 minutes.
Okay. So 10 or 15 minutes, and you never went to his room?
Not yet.
Okay, not that
Yeah.
point. Okay. So then you got in the van with them. Or not in the van. Keep saying van. In the car. Yeah. He's driving. You're in the passenger seat. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you leave. And where do you go?
Well, I punched in B and there was one real close, and then I started punching it.
Wait a minute. So
You're talking about in my car?
When you two were, you got to Austin around 11 or 12, right?
Yeah.
How long did you drive around?
A couple hours.
And then you went back to the hotel, and the two of y'all got in his car after that?
That's right.
And do you know what time that was?
It was like, 4-ish.
Okay. So you actually drove around for a
By
couple hours.
myself, just to kill time, because he told me I couldn't come in because his girl was there.
And then where'd y'all go?
Like I said, he said he needed to gas up and get some drinks. He said we were going to get something to eat. We gassed up, got some drinks, got some, food at the, or whatever, and just rambled through the neighborhoods. That's when that happened. And, we went back. He took a shower.
No, wait a minute. I don't want to gloss over. That's when it happened. I don't want.
Yeah, we
I
just
want
went
you
and
to tell
left.
that story too. That part of the story.
He goes in, you get out, you walk around.
Yeah, he rambled through the neighborhoods, and then right as he comes through the neighborhood, he tells me this story about the dealers, right?
Okay.
Well, he drives by a couple times and then says something about the cars.
Now remember, keep in mind, during this whole event, he already said that he took a Percocet. Well, they bleeped it out for some stupid reason, but he took a narcotic painkiller opioid pill that was given to him by Tim, I believe. So he was spaced out. He was kind of out of it, memory foggy. I don't remember street signs. We stopped underneath some light post. It was dark. And you already heard the first telling of it, but he's supposed to be under the influence of something to the point where his memory's kind of foggy, but now all of a sudden he's able to give a much more detailed timeline of events, even though he supposedly had a foggy memory at the time that this was going on.
And then parks.
Or under the influence, I guess.
Like I drew here.
So by then you knew what house he was talking about, right?
Yeah. And then he got out, said he was going to go check it out or something like that, and took too long. So I came out, looked, see if I could see him. I called him, and he answered, said just a second or something. So I went back to the car. It was a couple minutes more, and he was back.
I thought he didn't see him at all. That's why he went back to the car.
And then we drove back to the
maybe I
his
heard wrong.
place, which was empty at that point. And he took a shower, and I saw him putting his clothes in a bag and gloves as well. I don't know about shoes. And
what were you wearing?
Pants and a long sleeve shirt.
What kind of long sleeve shirt?
Like
a dress shirt or a t-shirt or?
No, it was like it was like a long sleeve tee. Yeah.
And what kind of shoes were you wearing?
I want to say I guess these.
Okay.
Yeah.
What size are those?
I don't know, 11 probably.
What? Okay. Go ahead.
Why?
No, I was just wondering.
Yeah.
We never really got into what you were wearing. You were trying to talk about what he was wearing.
Were you wearing a hat?
No.
Was he wearing a hat?
He had on like one of those
What, ski mask?
like balaclavas or whatever. But
Balaclava
it wasn't on. Like it was behind his
Ski
head.
mask?
around his neck.
Balaclava is like a ski.
Yeah.
Similar to one, yeah.
Like a black ski mask.
Yeah, except it was like one of those ones that's like 2-piece. And he had it, but he what?
It's like a neck warmer, and
Now, why wouldn't he have mentioned that the
like
first
you can pull
telling
it up and
of the
pull it
story?
over if you want to, but it was like
You think that would have been one of the most obvious things of the whole situation? He's wearing a freaking balaclava over his entire head.
Well, he was wearing a ball cap in the car until he went out and he took it off.
Okay. And he pulled his balaclava on.
I didn't see him pull it off.
Well, but it was on.
Well, it was on the whole time.
Right. Okay.
Interesting he would leave that out the first time.
Go ahead and continue.
Well, I mean, I already said, I mean, he went in and
I know, they want you to say it again.
got tired of waiting because he said he was just looking at something. I came out, called him, right? He answered, said just a minute, went back to the car, waited a few more minutes. He showed up with the sack, threw it at me. I'm like, what the fuck? He's just like, shut up, don't say anything. And we drove back, and I was just too tired to do anything. And I mean, I was scared, and he was taking a threatening tone with everything he said about keeping quiet, and
So your feeling after that was that you were tired?
well, my exhausted would be more like it, because I mean, not only was I tired, but I mean the event hit me as like,
What about the painkiller you were on? Allegedly.
more than tired.
Supposedly.
It's like, I need to process this day, you know what I mean?
You already forgot about that.
My
timing of when you arrived there.
Not exactly. I mean, it's a bit hazy.
Okay, well, you're saying 4 a.m. is when you arrived there.
I think so.
Okay.
Around
And
there.
you weren't there earlier than that?
No.
I mean, you hadn't come by earlier?
No.
You hadn't gotten out, walked around earlier in the evening?
Mm-mm.
did he tell you he'd been watching that house?
He said he had some intel on it.
What kind of intel?
Well, he just said that somebody had told him that there were supposed to be certain cars there.
What cars?
Well, like I say, I don't remember the cars he was talking
What
about.
other intel did he say he had?
That was all he told me. It was like he was worried about how many people were in the house or something.
Did he tell you that there was a camera on the house in the corner?
No. Is there?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Well, no.
Plot thickens.
Did he tell you to go in that house and to call him when you were ready to come back out?
No.
Ooh.
You sure?
Uh-oh.
Because that's pretty easily verifiable right there. That's information.
It's almost as if they've already talked to Tim.
For us to figure out. So that's why we bring it up.
Now, how awesome would it be if they brought in some of the interrogation footage from Tim's conversation? I know they don't ordinarily do something like that, but if they're really trying to get a confession out of him, that would be really interesting if they do that, which I mean, I'm not going to bet that they are, but
There's some thing about your story
that'd be interesting.
Just, concern me. Right? And one of the things that concerns me is the possibility you went in there and that you, just she said, you called Tim when you were ready to come out. Okay? Because that makes more sense than what you're saying. It makes a lot more sense. You waited 3 minutes and you walked out, and you're looking around talking to him, and you know the guy's casing the place. Why are you standing out there in front of it? And it kind of blows it for him, doesn't it?
Are you ringing his phone? If I'm casing, sneaking up on
That's
a
a
house,
good point.
creeping up on the side of the house or whatever, and somebody rings my cell phone, I'm gonna kick the shit out of them because I didn't want to get caught.
Yeah.
Well, I
Because that would scare the shit out of you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
you're smart enough.
All of a
you
sudden
got
your freaking
positive
phone
reading.
rings.
You're not dumb.
Just tired of waiting, and I didn't know what he was doing.
Shawn,
What?
Were you in the house and you called him and told him you were ready to come out?
No. Why do you keep asking me that?
Because you did.
That's what seems like the story leads to.
Well, that's not what happened.
What else do you know about this story that you're not telling us?
Nothing. I mean, I don't know what you're fishing for.
Not fishing.
The truth.
I'm fishing for anything. We have video of the person who got out of the car.
You didn't know that one, did you?
Got out of the car.
Okay.
So, and the way that they already described Tim was that Tim was a big guy, intimidating looking. And this dude, I don't know how tall he is, but I would consider him to be thin. I mean, he looks thin. He's definitely thin in the face. So if Tim is a stocky guy or overweight or what have you, it's going to be really obvious who's getting out of the car if it's only them two in the car. And I'm pretty sure he's already verified that there's nobody else in this car but them two. So
It's pretty easy to tell whether it's Tim Parlin or Shawn.
Yeah.
yeah.
Right.
So who was it?
So you see why we're skeptical. We're skeptical about things that are going on. Okay. And
Man, I'm really surprised he's not lawyering up at this point.
Timing, they're just not right.
Especially after hearing that they've got it on video.
Because we know exactly what time you got there. Okay. To the minute. Thanks to the camera.
Uh-oh.
So when we say that stuff, I want you to understand we're not trying to BS you in any way. I'm going to make it really clear to you. This is all sorts of crap that we know that we're just not sharing with you until the right moment, okay? So when you tell us stuff, it doesn't add up.
Yeah, it's a police tactic.
That's
Interrogation tool.
You know what I mean? That's a huge problem. So what we're faced with right now is a pretty, serious issue. And I was telling you when we look at a crime like this, basically what it is Travis County, which is where this crime will be tried. Jurors are pretty fair people. They're fair-minded people. Really, they want to hear three things. Okay, they want to hear the person takes responsibility for their actions, expresses remorse for their actions, and then indicates how they're not going to continue on in the same behavior. That's really the juries in Travis County. They're all looking for something they can latch onto that says, "Hey, let's spare this guy. Let's give this guy a chance." And that's what they're looking for. Okay. What they don't like to see, what none of us like to see, decision makers, is when someone doesn't, take responsibility for their action, doesn't even express remorse for their action, lies about their actions. Those things all are things that weigh against them. Okay, things that weigh towards them is what we call mitigating things. Are things that that indicate that a person has done something as a result of they weren't in their right mind. Maybe they're under the control of somebody. Maybe they're scared of somebody that makes them want to do something. These are all kind of mitigating things, but with the time to say no, that's not the way it happened. It's not now, okay? Because we're way past that.
His smug ass face. He's so sure he's going to get away with this.
In the room right now, we're giving you the opportunity to do one or two things.
At least that's how his face appears to me.
Bail yourself out or sink your own boat, And it really doesn't matter to us how it goes, because
Nope.
in the end we can prove what happened. We can prove it scientifically.
Yeah, they're getting paid either way. It's their job.
bring those facts and we present them, it's indisputable about what happened.
Okay.
The only thing that we can't ever figure out is why. That's the part of the equation that we can't figure out, because I can't insert why into the equation. All I can insert is facts.
Nope.
And the facts
It's
are
one
pretty
thing the
simple.
police can never really ever figure out for sure is why.
On their own, without explanation, without
They know the who,
narration,
what,
without,
when, where, and how, but
some
not usually why.
speaking up as to why this set of circumstances occurred. And when they go out that way, people are just going to look at the facts, and the facts are not pretty in this case. You know that. The facts are not pretty in this case. So when we look at that, we look at those facts, present those facts, because when we're done here today, we'll go back to Austin, we're going to present what we learned, okay? And I know what I know. I know what I know before I came in here. I know what I'm going to know even better in the next few days, okay? And I can present those things that I know just by themselves, or I can present with the explanation. The only person who can explain things
It's you.
is you. We need to understand why this happened, what led up to it, because I always tell people, don't let others tell their story.
Yeah.
You gotta tell your own story. You gotta own up. You gotta take that first step, which is take responsibility, before you can ever go to those next steps and say, I regret it. It wouldn't have, it was never gonna happen again. It wouldn't happen. There was something in my life was going on at that moment that led to this happening. And
We know why the house was chosen. That's what led us to you, because we know why the house was chosen.
Oh, yeah?
Why was the house chosen?
Because Tim chose it.
Okay.
Oh.
So we know that. So maybe, I don't know, did he bully you into going into the house, or threaten your sister, or what was the deal?
Come on, dude. Come out with it. Why did you...
What are you saying?
We're saying you went in there.
That's what we're saying.
Yeah.
And
It was you, dude.
Okay. So this is something that you're going to have to face up to. It's the fact that
Got him.
you have to explain that, okay? You have to explain what happened once you went inside the house, okay? And why things happened the way that they did, okay? Because you're the only one who can provide that explanation. You're the only one who can provide the context for why things occurred. Because if I just go in and the only thing I'm able to say is that you caused the death of Kathy Blair, and show people pictures of it and show people, the scientific things behind it, that's cool, it's impersonal, it doesn't tell the story. It doesn't tell the story of why. It allows other people to make decisions on their own with regards to what they think about the person who would do something like that, and makes them think the worst. I mean, because that's all they have. Like I said, people are ready to latch onto something, to see the good in someone, but I will tell you right now that a person who is trying to show the good in someone is not a prosecutor, it's not juries and judges, and it's not me, okay? I can paint the picture of what happened, how it happened, who did it, when it happened, what it was done with. But the picture I can't paint is why the hell it happened. And so when I gotta go back and tell family members why did this happen, then I'd like to have that answer, to have that part of the puzzle to be able to tell people. I like to be able to tell your family why it happened.
The fact is that it's already happened. So the only thing left now is to make it better the way you can make it better.
I tell people
Do something
all the time,
right. Do something right
You can't change the past.
as a family on this.
There's nothing you can do about changing the past.
Ooh, piling on that pressure.
Is try to improve the future. Okay, all you can do is try to make things better. Okay, and make amends. You know, when I screw up and fight with my wife and say something that I regret, I can't undo the fact that I did that I hurt her feelings. Okay, what I can do is I can explain to her why I snapped at her. I can explain to her that I'm sorry. And I can tell her
I mean, if I'm him, I'd be like, look, am I under arrest?
those things she wants to hear.
That'd probably be
Because she
my
knows what I
immediate
did.
question.
The only thing that gets me
Now
out
that
of
their
it
minds are
is
pretty
how
well
it's
made
going
up, dude.
on.
You're the one in the house, not Tim. It's you.
We're looking at something here that's on a pretty wide scale.
And somebody got killed in that house.
On the bottom of
And it sounds like only one of them went into the
On
house.
the bottom of that scale is to start getting people in your corner. Okay? And that starts right now. Starts right now to try to get people to.
Yeah, he was threatening my family, okay?
Okay.
I told you I was afraid of the guy.
Right. Oh.
You know, he said my junk was, you know, saying his name too much and he was going to kill her, and we're close, and I couldn't let that happen. But I didn't kill her.
Okay. So what happened?
Well,
The detectives
I mean,
are
he
chumming
told
the
me
water,
to
and he's
go in
just taking the
house
bait.
and get the stuff. I
Did
don't
they
know when
threaten
she
your?
got
Did he
killed.
threaten your family?
Like, she was
Yes,
asleep.
he threatened my family.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know if he came back or what.
Okay.
Like, look.
So tell me this. Let me just walk me through it. So
I would have never done this. I didn't want my little sister dead.
I totally understand that.
Come on, dude. There is
So
no
walk me
emotion
through
behind
this.
that.
Okay.
Not at all.
Walk me through. Where did you go into the house?
He told me the back door was open.
Okay. So you went in.
Yeah, and I looked around and she was fast asleep. And so, I mean, like, he kept talking about, like, offing her, and I was like, I'm not going to do that. And then I was like, I was talking about, like, maybe using ether or something.
Watch there be no security
to,
camera.
Anesthetize her, so she wouldn't.
Hey, man,
he's
the
like,
cops don't
"No,
always
I
have to be
saw her." I
100%
was like, "I'm not
truthful.
gonna do that. And so I snuck in, and she was fast asleep. And yeah, I took her jewelry. Yeah, she had this big, tall jewelry box. I emptied it into a pillowcase.
Okay.
Right, and then
Well, now he's definitely under arrest.
took it back, gave it to him, and he said that was what I had to do. Okay, I mean,
You forgot the killing part.
I know that something happened in there. Okay, I know that was your intent, to get in there, to quietly get in and quietly get out.
and I did. She didn't wake up.
But something happened though, right? Because when you left, she wasn't still alive. Okay, so we need to understand what happened. Okay.
Yeah, but I don't know. That's the thing. She was asleep when I was there.
Okay. So.
Yeah, when you first walked in, she might have been.
So let's just walk through it. Okay. So you came in. Let's just walk through the entire thing. You came in through where? The back door, you said?
Yeah, it was open.
Okay. Open, you mean unlocked?
Unlocked. Yeah.
Okay. So, and you walked in, and where did you go?
I looked around and kind of prowled and snuck through quietly. And
did you have a flashlight?
No.
What did you see in the house?
Just rooms, and I just kind of looked through the rooms, and I turned on a couple lights in rooms where I didn't see her. And I found the room where she was, and she was fast asleep. That was the room her jewelry box was in.
Okay.
And so I opened the jewelry box, took the stuff out, put it in the thing, and then I called him and said, okay, I'm done. So I went out, and then we went back, and, like, I went to sleep. So, I mean, like, I don't know about my timing. Like, maybe he went back. I don't know.
Okay.
But I didn't kill her.
Okay. So let's walk through because I'm interested to hear. And here's the thing. I think when you walked in there, it wasn't in your mind to kill her. Okay. But I do know that at some point something happened, and uh, and uh, and she died. Okay, so
I think he wanted her dead. He kept talking about how she had screwed over something.
right.
And he kept telling me he wanted me to kill her, but I didn't.
Okay.
She didn't surprise me or anything like. She never woke up.
Right. So let me walk through this here. Let's walk through the steps of what happened. You walked in the house through the back door. You walked in. You turned on some lights. What did you see in the rooms when you turned on the lights?
Just a couple computers and beds, and I turned them back off.
Okay.
And
So tell me about then you. Okay. So then where did you go after you went in there?
well, I finally found the room where she was.
Okay.
And he told me that, I'd have to kill her because she would be wearing the jewelry. But I could see her hands, and there wasn't any jewelry on her hands.
Okay.
So I was like, I wasn't going to get it anyway. I was just going to take the stuff from the jewelry box and say that I got the stuff off her hands, and I guess, I don't know, maybe later he figured out, that he didn't get everything that he wanted to get, and maybe he went back. I don't know.
Well, let me just tell you this because I know part of what you're saying is true, okay, but you're leaving out some important parts, okay? Because here's the thing: the things that you're describing
Yeah.
that you did, we know were done after she died. Okay, we know that because there was blood, and blood was transferred onto all those things you just described that you touched. It was transferred into the cooler box. It was transferred onto the light switches. It was transferred on that. So we know that you did those things.
Oh man, you're screwed now.
Okay, so let's talk about what happened. Okay, we're there. We know.
Yeah, but don't you think that somebody else could have come back and done that afterwards?
Yeah, because that's so plausible.
Why? Because
Yeah, that totally happens.
she's laying on the bed sleeping. She's not.
Come on, dude. You really think a jury's going to believe that?
And on all the things that you did afterwards, you touched those things. Okay, you touched those things with blood on your hands. Okay, so what I want to do is move away from this notion, okay, that someone else did it, because we know that that's not true, okay? We know that you did it, okay? We know that you caused her death. What we need to do is understand why. What was the reason that Tim told you that he wanted you to go in there and her in particular?
He just said that was it. What he wanted.
Right. And did he order you to kill her, or did he just tell you to take the jewelry?
No, he ordered me to kill her.
Oh.
And
did you?
Were scared of him, right?
Yes.
You were scared of him, and you went in and did what you were ordered to do. Right? I mean, it's not really any point of saying that that's not what happened. I want to know. You have a right to know, to understand how it happened and why. Okay? And I want you to tell me. You saw her sleeping in bed, and then what happened? I know it's difficult.
I don't want to say anymore.
I know it's difficult. Okay?
I'm surprised you took it this far.
We already know. We already knew before we came in here. Okay? We want to hear you. We want to hear it from you, because right now we're still at the facts. So right now, 9 I know you have trouble thinking about it, okay? You have trouble thinking about it. And so if you're having trouble thinking about it, think about when other people are looking at it, it needs some explanation. You need to understand why. You need to take responsibility for what happened, show that you have remorse for what happened, and that you will not ever do it again. Okay? That's what people need to hear. That's what we need to hear. So when you saw her there, listen, you've already said enough. In answer to your question, it's not possible, okay, that another person came in and did it. It is not possible that another person came in and did it. Okay, you were there, you saw her sleeping, something happened.
Yeah, but
something happened. What happened?
If somebody came in and killed her and transferred blood onto the jewelry box and the
That person,
You already admitted you were rifling through her jewelry.
okay,
so why are you saying that person is me?
Okay,
Because you were the one that took the jewelry.
Shawn, at this point,
Where there's smoke, there's fire.
there's no doubt. Our investigation's already clearly shown this. All right, that you caused her death. All right,
Based on what?
based on
You being there.
everything within our investigation,
Which
including,
is what?
including. We're not going to go into all that. You know what happened. Okay, I know what happened. All right. What we are offering you the opportunity to do is to explain why. Okay, to explain why before other people have to make decisions about what to do with you. Okay, that's the opportunity we're giving you, and I would highly suggest that you take it. Because
So why do you refuse to tell me how you swear you know?
well, let's just talk about one thing, and we just talked about this. That blood was transferred by you onto those items. Did we not tell you that there's cameras, okay? That's why we knew exactly what time this happened. We know exactly where.
That could be a bluff.
Okay? So
I'll take their word for it.
We know that same camera that tells us that you were the one who went down the street also tells us that someone else didn't come along and kill her after you left. Okay? So that's.
Could they not have come
okay.
from a different angle?
No. Listen, you're right.
Nobody's
now,
going to believe that.
You need to understand that people have to understand why this happened. They have to understand because in a little while, at some point, people are going to be making a decision. That decision is what the consequences are for what happened. Okay, and there's no question at all. There is no doubt, and I'm just telling you this is my professional opinion, and I've been doing this a long time. My professional opinion is that there is no doubt that you are the person who caused her death. Okay, there's no doubt. And right now, what we need to do is we need to provide people who are going to make those decisions with the ability to decide a just response. So one thing that we're understanding and you're telling us is that you're scared of Tim. That's one of the reasons. Okay? That's a reason.
Well,
that's the
I'm not so scared of Tim as I'm scared of him hurting my sister or my nephew.
I understand.
I mean, I'm so close to my sister, I don't know what I'd do if she died.
I know. But your sister, I visited with her yesterday, okay? I'm gonna, at some point meet with her again.
Yeah.
And she's gonna ask me why this happened, okay? And I need to explain a reason why. And on top of that, Kathy Blair's family is gonna ask me why this happened. And I need to know why, okay? I need to explain. Just like you have a sister, okay, that you have responsibilities to, I have responsibility to the family of Kathy Blair. Her son is a Navy naval officer, okay? And he wants to know what happened to his mother and why, okay? And we discussed already that the first thing that needs to be done is you need to take responsibility, okay? Before you can get to, I'm remorseful, before you can get to, I'll never do it again. It's a 3-step program. It starts with the first step. The first step is accepting responsibility for what happened. Okay. So I know that you were scared for your sister. Okay. I know that Tim made you go in. Okay. Now you need to tell me what happened. All of it. What happened inside the house. Okay. Because I will happily and gladly go in front of the jury or anyone else who's making a decision in the case. Now I'm showing pictures of that. Okay? I can tell them that way. Or you can tell them your way. But they're going to know about it. There's no doubt about what happened. There's no doubt about who did it. The only question is, why? And we need to know. Okay? Shawn, we spent a lot of time together, and I don't think you're a bad guy. I mean, we have been sitting here, and I'm thinking to myself, you know, this is a guy who's a decent guy. So I can't reconcile that, you know, with what I know about the case. You have to explain it. People are going to paint you as a monster. You have to explain it. You have to explain it.
She woke up, she lunged at me, grabbed the knife, started trying to wrestle it out of my hand. And then it was a struggle. And I stabbed her in the neck. I didn't even want to do it. I was trying to get the jewelry without doing it. Right. And then she woke up and I had the knife out, you know, in case. But I couldn't do it. You know, I mean, he
said you did.
I had to. You know, Tim said I had to, or he'd kill my sister or have her killed, right? So, but I was standing over her bed and I just couldn't do it. But so I started doing her jewelry, and she woke up and she just was trying to fight the knife away from me, and I was trying to. She almost got it away from me. She got one of my gloves off, and I was just. I don't know what happened. I just blacked out.
This dude has no emotion whatsoever. Just monotone as all hell.
I don't remember much else.
Okay. And then what happened? There was a fight I know there was a fight on the bed, and then something happened after that. Did she get away from you? Did she? What happened?
Oh, blood trail.
She fell off the bed.
Okay. And what happened once she fell off the bed?
Oh.
I mean, she just said go away or something.
Okay.
And that was all. I mean,
what happened then?
I don't know.
I mean, obviously at that point, I mean, you had to finish the job, right? I mean, regardless of whether you wanted to do it or not, I mean, you had to finish. So, how did you finish the job?
Well, I mean, I told you. I mean, I don't even remember. I don't after.
Well, you just said you stabbed her in the neck.
First stab. I don't remember a thing.
In the first stab, how many times did you stab?
Just once is all I remember. Is I just blacked out.
What did you take from the house?
Just the stuff from the jewelry box.
Describe some of the pieces.
Just rings and stuff. I wasn't even looking. I just dumped the drawers. I didn't care. I didn't want it. It was just what I was told to do.
Where was the jewelry box in the room?
It was right by the door.
Okay. Then where'd you dump the drawers?
Right right next to the jewelry box.
And earlier you said it was a white pillowcase. Where was that from?
One of the other bedrooms.
Okay. That was it. Just the jewelry out of the jewelry box was what you put in the pillowcase?
Yeah.
Nothing else out of the house?
I don't think so.
Let me ask you one question. Okay. Tim, where was Tim at when this happened?
In the car.
So he actually drove to the scene. Okay.
And
did you drive or did he drive?
He drove.
Okay. And he waited for you? Did you call him once you were done?
I think so. I don't remember. I told you. I swear I blacked out. I don't.
It's important. So it was the butterfly knife, or was it some other knife?
Yeah, it was a butterfly knife.
Where's it at now?
He got rid of it.
You know what he did with it?
Mm-mm.
How about the jewelry and the other stuff?
I guess he fenced it. I don't know.
And this would be really important because we want to make sure we make a case on Tim. And we have to make a case on Tim. And the way we do it is link that stuff to him.
That's one way to get him to cough up
Anything
more
you can
evidence.
think of about how he got rid of it is going to really help us with that.
He
Get
has
the knife.
fences.
Do you know who?
No, I mean he wouldn't share any of that information with me.
What about the clothes you were wearing? Where did they end up?
He bagged them up and got rid of them.
Where did he get rid of them?
I don't know. He did it himself.
You think he still has them?
Maybe. I mean,
What about the shoes you were wearing?
we got rid of those too.
What kind of shoes were you wearing?
It was like shoes.
And whose shoes were those? Were those your
Wha-
Mine.
Why would they
They're
censor
like
the
labor
shoes?
And
What the
where
hell?
did you get them from?
Like when I was working at.
Okay. Did you buy them through the company or did you buy them directly from shoes? How did that?
I don't remember because I got one pair of shoes when I was working at and I got another one later, so I don't remember. But I mean,
What did you do with those shoes?
he took them, put them in a bag, and said he was going to get rid of them. That's all I know.
What else can you remember? So let me ask you this: you mentioned something about she had screwed him over.
That's all he said.
How screwed her over?
No, she screwed him over.
Okay,
Is what he said.
And this was this
That's
something
all he
that
said?
Tim wanted done because he was angry with her, or was he?
It was something Tim wanted done.
Yeah, okay.
And he said, "You're going to get some good juju from this."
Right.
That's what he said. Told me afterwards.
Okay.
It almost made me sick. Well, I mean, the whole thing made me sick.
So, did you have any communication with him about this, like texts or anything like that we might be able to retrieve that we can show that Tim was involved with this?
Well, he doesn't text.
He doesn't text. Okay. All right. Well, we'll continue to work because I want to put a case on Tim. Tim's behind this whole thing. So let's talk about Brentwood. Let's talk about that one.
Brentwood, are you talking about the third one?
The old people.
Yeah. What about it?
So what happened on that one?
I'm not involved.
You're not involved in the Brentwood one?
No.
If Tim is making people do this, who would he make do that?
I mean, the only guess I would have off the top of my head is, because he probably owes him money for, he deals in, and he probably had the guy on credit. He probably said he was going to have him killed. He's already told me he's going to have him killed. He already said he was going to kill him. you know, I don't know. I wasn't there at the Brentwood one. I mean, I don't know whether or not we drove by it, but I didn't do it.
Okay. Well, that's really important, and the reason I say is because, you know, I mean, I think we understand what the deal is. I mean, we understand that you're basically under the power of Tim and all this is going on. So, you know, I mean, whether it was one or more, it doesn't really.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm telling you.
Okay, no, I know, but you know, but bear in mind, you told me a lot of stuff.
I know, but I mean, I just.
Yeah.
That was too much for me. That one. I mean, it wasn't. I couldn't even do it until she attacked me.
Right.
And then I told him I couldn't do it anymore, and he said, "Okay, just keep your mouth shut." And you know, we rode around, yeah, but I mean, I didn't do anything else. You know, and I mean, if you want to check my cell phone and say, was he there on the night that the Brentwood murder or whatever, you're not going to find me there. I'm telling you, I was at my hotel room, trying to chill out.
And what do you know about that murder?
I don't know anything about it except that he told me about it. He said his girl picked it up on Facebook and wanted to go to the funeral. He didn't even act like he did it. He was just acting like it was news. But he said the heat was on because of it. He said that there were a bunch of cops everywhere because of it. That was why he told me about it.
Okay. All right. You have any questions for me right now?
What's going to happen to me?
Jail. Idiot.
Okay.
The hell do you think?
Can you just hang out for a few minutes here?
Well, you get to go home. We'll forget all this ever happened.
We download your phone and stuff.
You know, because at least he said he was sorry.
Want some more water?
Sure, I guess.
All right. So this is what we're going to do. So what we're going to need to do for right now is we're going to place you under arrest for capital murder. Okay, based on
Whoa.
you provided us.
Uh-oh.
We'll present formal charges here in the next day. But
We got him.
You know, but at this point, you know, I don't feel that we can really allow you to leave. Okay, I think that what you told me is important because we have an understanding of what happened. Okay, we have an understanding of who you are and your relationship with Tim and how Tim kind of twisted you into doing this. Okay, but what I need to do right now is I'm going to advise you of your rights, okay? And you can make a decision as to whether or not you want to continue to speak. You have the right to remain silent and not make any statement at all. Any statement you make may be used against you at your trial. You understand that? Any statement you make may be used as evidence against you in court. You understand that? You have the right to have a lawyer present to advise you prior to and during any questioning. You understand that? If you're unable to employ a lawyer, you have the right to have a lawyer appointed to advise you prior to and during any questioning. You understand that? You have the right to terminate this interview at any time. Do you understand that? Okay. Do you have any questions about those rights right there?
I mean, I certainly hope that they read those to him at the beginning. I'm assuming they did.
You can stop, and if you decide to speak to me, you can stop speaking to me at any time. Okay.
I mean, either way, he was convicted.
You wish to continue speaking with me?
What's
Kind of cat's out of the bag now, right?
Yeah, he's like, what else is there to say?
No, but we just have to do that, you know, to continue on. You might have some different questions for you and stuff. Can you do me one favor? And
Put your hands behind your back.
this right here, it'll be part of your statement. So if we can get you to
Sign it.
right here.
Oh my God, he's gonna do it too. You realize you have no obligation to do that. All right, Miss, my mom's a lawyer, but okay. Obviously, not enough of it rubbed off on him.
What date is it?
It is right now the 10th.
Wonder if she's gonna be more furious at him that
Thank you. One thing
that
we do right
he
now,
killed
just
this
for my safety,
person,
I
or
make sure you don't have any
or that he didn't lawyer up right away.
Can you please stand up for me?
I'm sure the lawyer in her is gonna be
Turn your face
furious.
away from me. Okay. Place your hands
Here
on
we
top of
go.
your head.
Time for the pat down and handcuffs.
You're gonna lock your fingers together. Stretch your feet apart just a little bit. I'm just gonna remove that items from your pocket real fast. Okay, you can go ahead and have a seat right there. Just gonna check your jacket pocket. Do you have any items that were taken from Kathy Blair's house?
No. I didn't want anything to do with any of this.
Okay. Did you take anything besides jewelry?
Not that I know of.
Did you take any
Electronics.
credit cards, purses,
Yeah,
identification?
money, gold, silver.
I don't think so. It's all hazy.
What's that?
It's all hazy.
Items here.
What's Tim been saying to you ever since this? These deals. I mean, were you planning on going back there?
I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, now that he's in jail, no. You know, I'm still friends with him. And I don't want anything to do with this stuff.
What? So you said that she said something about she did something to a or something.
That's what he said.
Did he know?
I guess.
What did he say she did to him?
Some about.
What? What else did he tell you?
That was it. He really didn't tell me much.
Who did he tell you to expect in the house?
Just her.
about the other house?
I wasn't in the other house.
Oh, you weren't?
No.
Who went in that one, do you know?
He asked me that already. I said maybe it was one, because maybe they, you know, he probably owes him money. You know, he's a bed. He's been buying credit and shit from him. I mean, you're not gonna find my phone around there.
Did he tell you to call him when you were ready?
Yeah.
He told you that?
I.
Or you did it on your own?
I think he told me that.
It's going to be important. It's going to be important to know.
How's that important?
It's going to be important to know that he's the one that gave you that instruction or not.
Yeah, it could mean many years in
Sure
prison.
he did.
Then, so what was the plan then? Was he were you going back to him? Was he coming over to get you?
I was just supposed to walk to him.
Then why call him?
I don't know.
You know, what's bizarre about this guy is that the rest of his life is over. I mean, he's spending the rest of his life in prison. They told him that they're charging him with capital murder. I mean, he already confessed to doing it, and his demeanor, his mood hasn't changed really at all. Like, he just so monotone, doesn't really care. It's very weird to see that unfold. He has some of the least amount of emotions, especially at this point of the interview when it's at its maximum in terms of, you know, like realizing that your life is over, you're going to spend the rest of your life in prison, and he just doesn't seem to feel any way about it at all. He's just completely indifferent to anything. It's really bizarre to watch.
I don't remember. I really don't.
I believe you. But sometimes
I mean, it's like he just doesn't care.
when you're,
It's very weird.
I guess when you're asked to remember, if you actually think about it, sometimes then you do remember. That's why I'm asking.
I don't.
So, what did Tim tell you about the other one?
He just mentioned it like it was a news story. He said that, you know, there was a lot of heat in town because of it. That was on the, you know, 21st or whatever.
Mm-hmm. But you knew better than for him to think it was just a news story, though, right? Because of what happened before.
I had my suspicions, but I mean, what was I going to do about it?
Call the police.
Any chance that this Kathy Blair's family's going to get any of her stuff back?
I doubt it. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what he does with this stuff.
You don't know where to look for it?
I would have no idea. I'm not involved with his operation. He just...
You didn't get to keep any of it?
No, he didn't give me anything. I got nothing. He just threatened my sister. He said my sister got his, you know, on meth and he was gonna kill her if I didn't, you know, do this. And I just... I didn't get anything. I don't have anything of hers. I don't know where it is. I don't know how he does his thing.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna have to ask him where he fenced it.
You don't remember him mentioning any names?
No.
I'm sorry, Chair.
Here, you want to take that?
Yeah.
Well, I thank you for being honest with me about what happened. It does mean, I know it seems odd, but it does mean a lot to me that you were. I think it says a lot about you that you take responsibility.
Well, I don't. Wish this all had never happened. I wish I'd never met these people, so that
Yeah, I agree
I
with
was
you.
just trying to help my sister.
Right.
I, mean,
No,
I couldn't let him kill her.
I completely understand. I mean, I believe you. I mean, I think
That's why you call the police,
we would all
dude.
do anything to protect our family. And that's what you were doing. I'm curious though on the Brentwood thing. Just and I know it's one of Parlin's things,
Yeah.
just like this one.
I'm sure it is, but I wasn't involved.
Would you tell me if you were?
I would at this point. What's the difference?
Yeah, it really doesn't make much difference.
Yeah, that is true.
The only thing that maybe make a difference is if you, I mean, if you were involved with it, and then, we're not saying that, then again, it looks kind of bad. That's our main thing. I mean, I realize that, you don't want to, say, oh, this is, you don't want to look bad. It's embarrassing. But we understand the situation. We understand what it is with Parlin. This guy's been a con man since '93. That's what I was telling you. It's like that's what he does. He gets people to do his dirty work, so he doesn't have to do it. And I really want to make sure that he pays for it. That he pays the price. What happened? I realize, there's going to be consequences. For you. I mean, you have to take responsibility. But he is the guy that I think. I mean, he's the mastermind. The whole thing. He's a bully. Thinks he's some sort of mafia don, and he's just disgusting.
Which is hilarious.
You know what I mean? And so to me, it's really important to make sure, because I think the thing that really gets him is that he's not just doing this one time. We see it over and over and over. He's not just doing it one time, even with you. I mean, if he is getting you to do this stuff, and because this is the thing, what he's doing is basically just, and I've seen this lots of times before, where somebody comes in and gets somebody else to do their stuff and then leaves them fluttering. Here I got a guy who's got a history of getting other people to do his dirty work and then him not paying the price for it. So I want to make sure that he pays the price for the stuff that he did. So I need to know about all of the stuff that he did. Okay? And I know that he was involved with Brentwood. Okay? And so, and I know that, and this is an investigation that's not as far along as this investigation that we're doing with Kathy Blair. But I know it's all going to come out in the end the same way. I'm going to know exactly who did it and how it happened. So what I believe is that you did it, just like this case, under pressure from Tim to force you to continue doing this that he is trying to get you to do, So, and I realize, again, this is stuff that's embarrassing for you, because sometimes we do things out of desperation to save our families, to save ourselves, that we wouldn't ordinarily do. And I don't want you to be defined by that. I don't want you to be defined by by something you did at a moment of weakness, as opposed to, I get the deal. I understand what it is. I don't think you're a cold and calculating, person who's trying to,
I don't know. He does come off as pretty cold to me.
What you are is you're somebody who's under the spell of a guy who's like a Charles Manson, guy who is just one part like personality, persuasiveness, and 10 parts.
Someone said in the comments the earlier part of the interview reminded them of Ted Bundy.
Charismatic.
And
At first, he kind of seemed a little charismatic, but yeah, that dropped off not soon after, or pretty soon after the interview started. At least in my opinion.
But he's more just a bully. He uses threats. He resorts to that. So I need to know what happened on Brentwood. I need to know what it is that happened, because I know one of the things I know from both scenes, and I saw it immediately when I went there, is it was done by the same person. So that's why sort of,
What makes you think that?
Well, there's a lot of different
patterns,
things, and a lot of it, goes into, just
probably the same murder weapon.
In terms of how the methods were done, the methods
At least
of
similar.
how it was done,
What was taken,
things that were taken,
right?
The things that the people that were done or not done,
How they gained entry,
things like that. With years of experience, you can look at, and also
maybe shoe prints,
inescapably,
prints.
They're both linked to Tim Parlin. So that's really a huge thing right there. But as I continue to perfect that case, I'll be able to show for sure. But I think that this is something right now I want to put on Parlin really bad. I really want to nail this guy. I want to show that he is a guy who's not just one time, one-off deal, but it's just repeatedly, for whatever reasons, is doing this, is making me do this. I don't know what his motivation is for this, but I think it's really important that we understand it. That I understand it, so I can do what needs to be done. So I can make sure that I put a case on him, because he's an evil person. An evil person. So with Brentwood things, it's a little more complicated. I think in those cases, this is something that really needs some explanation. I think we really need to understand why it is that this happened. What it is that Parlin told you. I want to know why Parlin chose these people. What is it that he decided was?
I don't know, and I'm done talking.
So you don't want to you don't want to continue to talk or clear this up.
I don't really want to continue talking.
Okay. Do you want to terminate the interview?
He's done.
I'll leave and go back to Austin. If that's what you want.
I guess.
So yeah, you want to terminate the interview?
Sure.
Okay. What I'd like, just stay here. What I'd like for you to do, what are you thinking about? Okay. Do you know what we talked about? Okay. You'll know how to get hold of me. It's really easy. APD homicide, okay? But I need to know what happened on Brentwood, okay? Because that is in the mix as well, okay? And unfortunately, you're the only guy who can really tell me about it.
All right. Well, that does it for the interview of Shawn Gant Benalcazar.
A murder trial begins 3 years after a beloved choir teacher was found murdered in northern Travis County. KXAN Phil Prazen was at the courtroom when Kathy Blair's son took the stand.
Hey, I need you to come to my house right away. I think my mom is dead. There's a lot of blood. I think someone broke in and killed my mom. I need you to get Stay on line for EMS.
That's the voice of 27-year-old Joseph Hargis back in December 2014, calling 911 after he walked in to find his mother, Kathy Blair, dead in her bedroom. He's an officer in the U.S. Navy and was living with Blair on Tamarack Trail after he returned from officer training. Dispatch wanted him to move her body so she would lay flat on the ground.
Oh my God, I can't. You guys just need to get here, I can't. Joe, I've got him on the way, don't hang up.
I just remember screaming and yelling, like completely involuntary, and I am not the type of person to do that.
Monday, he was a witness to set the scene. State prosecutors say 33-year-old Shawn Gant Benalcazar killed Blair after he broke in to steal jewelry. They say he used Joseph's pillowcase to carry off what he stole.
This man, there were jewelry boxes, like she has a jewelry chest, they were all over the floor.
Gant Benalcazar's defense will try and refute the state's evidence and prove he's not guilty. Their case rests on process. They claim detectives didn't follow all leads equally and already decided Gant Benalcazar was guilty before they spoke with him. The trial is expected to last all week. Phil Prazen, KXAN News.
Number 2 for the man accused of killing an Austin choir teacher in 2014. The first time around, a hung jury in a mistrial for Shawn Gant Benalcazar. KVU's Molly Oak was in the courtroom today for the first day of this new trial. And Molly, this new jury is not familiar with the details of this case.
Right, Mike, this is a brand new jury. 12 people who defense say don't know that Shawn Gant Benalcazar has been in trial before. Today, they heard from the son's victim, Kathy Blair, who was among other witnesses as well. Blair's son was staying at his mom's house December 2014 when investigators say Gant Benalcazar broke into Blair's home and killed her. The son today described finding his mother dead. He also made that 911 call alerting police. Prosecutors spent opening statements talking about the steps investigators took leading to Gant Benalcazar's arrest, while the defense told the jury that Gant Benalcazar will testify and tell them the truth about what happened.
What he says in this confession becomes corroborated by every known fact of the evidence.
You're going to hear and you're going to see, more importantly, how they interview Shawn. How they ask him questions, how they give him information.
And we also heard today from the paramedic who responded the night Blair was killed and the landlord of Blair's house, who recalled hiring Gant Benalcazar's co-defendant, Timothy Parlin, to do some yard work while Blair was living there. Now, Parlin is already serving a life sentence for capital murder in the deaths of both Blair and another couple. Trial is expected to last about a week and a half. It will continue tomorrow at 9 a.m. Gant Benalcazar is facing life in prison. Coming up at 6, we'll dive into more of those witness testimonies. For now, live in Austin, Molly Oak, KVU News.
Days after a jury watched a video of Shawn Gant Benalcazar confessing to killing choir teacher Kathy Blair, he took the witness stand. And he told jurors that he felt he had to confess to avoid the death penalty. He said detectives followed him into the bathroom before the recorded interview and told him they already had what they needed to arrest him.
I felt like I had to confess to this crime that I didn't commit, and if I didn't, the questioning was just going to continue, and even if I just stopped saying anything, I had been led to believe that they would quote-unquote prove that I had done it regardless of what I said.
All right. Shawn, did you go into Kathy Blair's home?
No, I did not.
Have you ever gone into her home?
No, I have not.
Did you kill Kathy Blair?
No, I did not.
Gant Benalcazar also telling jurors he had taken far more Valium than normal the day of the interview because he was under a lot of stress. Closing arguments expected to begin tomorrow.
Years ago, but he said in court yesterday that he did not do it. Now it's up to a jury to decide which story they believe coming from the man on trial for killing a choir teacher. Rebecca Trejo is at the Travis County Courthouse where jury members started deliberating today after some compelling closing arguments.
That's right, Mike. Both sides here attacking some flaws in the evidence and testimony in this case. The prosecution calling Shawn Gant Benalcazar a liar. The defense saying it was a family friend of Gant Benalcazar that killed Kathy Blair. The prosecution started off today's closing arguments reminding the jury Gant Benalcazar had burglarized before, and his story changed throughout the case. He confessed to the crime years ago on video, but yesterday he testified saying family friend Timothy Parlin killed Kathy Blair.
This defendant's the murderer. There's no evidence that Tim Parlin went in that house, that Tim Parlin went in that closet.
However, the defense says Gant Benalcazar had no motive to kill Kathy Blair, but Tim Parlin, mad about unpaid landscaping work, did.
The man walked in there to kill her, and to kill her slow and ugly. That's not random.
The jury's been deliberating since noon. They could go on until the night or for days. Live at the Travis County Courthouse, Rebecca Trejo, KVUE News. Okay.
The capital murder retrial of a man accused of killing an Austin choir teacher. Jurors agreed there was enough evidence to prove that this man, 34-year-old Shawn Gant Benalcazar, broke into Kathy Blair's Northwest Austin home in December of 2014 and killed her. KXAN's Brittany Glass live at the Travis County Courthouse with the very latest.
Well, Robert, it's been about 6 months since the first jury heard this case, could not come to a unanimous verdict, and forced a mistrial. Now, today, after just about 2.5 hours of deliberations, family members, loved ones of Kathy Blair say they're relieved. Although he appeared in person every day for trial and even took the stand, Shawn Gant Benalcazar wasn't in the spotlight as far as the defense was concerned.
We've heard a lot of evidence from a lot of different witnesses about the angry, evil person in this story. And he's not sitting in this room right now.
The defense says Kathy Blair's real killer is co-defendant Timothy Parlin. The prosecution tried to refocus the jury.
And he got convicted for his role in this case. And now we're here for the other guy, to face the consequences for what he did.
The prosecution argues Parlin drove Gant Benalcazar to Blair's house, where Gant Benalcazar stabbed and strangled her to death.
The evidence is speaking to you. The evidence is telling you that that person in the front passenger seat is the killer. He was the front passenger.
Both sides interpret the evidence their own way.
Every piece of evidence points to Tim. Every piece of evidence. There's not one thing that they presented to you that points to him except for his statement.
And he attacked a woman that was vulnerable, that was asleep, and that was in the safety of her own home.
The first jury took 19 hours to deliberate with no decision. This one, as I mentioned, just about 2.5 to 3 hours. Reporting live from inside the Travis County Courthouse, Brittany Glass, KXAN News.
Last May, Timothy Parlin was found guilty in Kathy Blair's death. He was also found guilty of killing an elderly couple. The prosecution called Parlin the mastermind behind the killings. It took the jury less than 3 hours to come back with that guilty verdict. Parlin will spend the rest of his life in prison.
Shawn Gant Benalcazar was convicted of capital murder for the killing of Kathy Blair in December 2014 and received an automatic sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole. The state did not seek the death penalty in this case. Thanks for watching.